agent destroyed the enemy. All of them.
Enemy spotted.
We have taken the lead.
Took a shot. Got you covered. Search and destroy. 141. Plant a charge on the target and level it. We're planting at Alpha. Countdown started.
Moving.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Move in and detonate the target. Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. On planting. Containment.
Enemy.
Uh-oh.
Our device was disarmed. Round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Set up security around the objectives.
Moving here. Moving here. Spot an enemy.
Holy shit!
Final minute.
Uh-oh.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Keep the enemy off the objective.
Moving here. Watch for movement.
Ah, fuck.
stole my
Alright.
bullets.
That shit's crazy.
Switching sides.
Actually, I just came from the shower, thank you.
That's
Search and
crazy.
destroy. Set up security around the objectives.
Sniper here.
Oh my god, bro.
Actually, I've like ended up.
Oh.
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Remaining. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad.
This game's so fucked.
Search and destroy. Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Don't let the enemy level the objectives. Keep them secure. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Come on, teammate, kill them all. What are you doing?
One minute remaining. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
No, but even in other ones, like, all this game is now sniping and camping or noobs. So fucking boring.
Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad.
There's two at B. Come on. GG. These guys are dumbass bitch. Dumb as fuck.
guard down. Enemy movement! 1 minute remaining. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objectives. Do not let them reach it. Round secure. On to the next. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Use the charges, blast the target. No mistakes. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. Friendly Overwatch Helo inbound.
I did that ASAP. I did that.
let them reach it.
Wallpaper.
Friendly cruise missile deployed.
Go with any outfit, or it just looks nice. It's definitely just my style. I also would recommend getting more storage, especially if you're using primary device. But since I have a lot of Google Cloud storage, 250 gig.
Enemy bomb at Alpha.
First morning in Montreal, so you know I have to go and explore. And this is the bag that I have on the plate. It's the 151 backpack from back in 2018.
Bomb spike is still hot. Move back.
Laptop, cable, camera gear, and any miscellaneous items that I might have to use.
Hmm.
It even has a compartment inside that you can
All
organize.
operatives. Bomb defused. Round secure.
Sleek.
On to the
It's also
next.
super durable too. It's made.
Switching sides.
Because I don't know where he's at.
Search and destroy.
Definitely cool. I'm gonna walk past.
Place the charges on the target and destroy it. Friendly UAV online. Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
Okay, we're kind of in a dilemma. The whole plan this morning was to get breakfast, but every spot in our area was either full or just not or vibe.
1 minute
We decided
remaining.
to go to Old Port in Montreal for food and also check out this clothing store called Essence. So I'm currently running the GPS on the Pixel 9 Pro XL right now in the background via Android Auto, so you know it might take.
We lost that round.
Android
Prepare
Auto
for
is
the next
pretty
one.
cool, and it's surprising how smooth it runs.
Get the fuck out of your spawn, you pussy. It's a 1v3. So I think you're good because you fucking wallbang me, you fucking pisser.
Go to yourself, mate.
Search and destroy.
Going to
Use the charges. Blast the target. No mistakes.
So what's that shop from? Just seen it. Amazing, you know. Collections on display, but in order to get what you really wanted, you have to get in advance, which we didn't know. So just kept going. Ended up on the top floor, and the vibes up here was unreal. Had to whip out the Pixel 9 Pro and just take some pics.
We're planting at Bravo.
This year the Pixel is rocking a triple camera setup, of course. Not much from last year. 50 megapixel main camera, 48 megapixel ultra wide camera, and a 48 megapixel telephoto. Now the selfie camera got a big upgrade. It's now at 42 megapixels and offers a wider 103-degree field of view, which just snaps pretty sharp with autofocus as well, so you're not missing out on anything right here. Overall, I just think the Pixel 9 Pro constantly takes amazing pictures.
Final
It's just
minute.
very sharp, and the colors are not too oversaturated or too dull. It's just a perfect balance. There's tons of detail here, and they just get my skin tone right every time. Not used to. Hello? I'm outside on the cobblestone. Like, when you just step outside.
30 seconds remain. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Alright, yeah, so we're going the opposite from where we came from, basically. Are they blessed?
Switching sides.
I'm serious.
Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. planted at Alpha. Move it!
Thank you guys so much. We are from Toronto. Yeah. Okay. You guys have fun. What's your name?
We decided to get some food because boy oh boy I was starving. We pulled up to this spot called Franklin's in Old Montreal, and so far the vibes are pretty chill here. The decor is very comforting and they had a lot of
Compromised. Stand down.
the food looked good too, which is the most
The round
important
is
part.
lost.
So I decided
Focus
to
on the
order
next
a
one.
burger and tried poutine for the first time. Yes, I know I'm Canadian. It's the first time. Well, I'm not Canadian, but I live in Canada for over like what 7 years. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of poutine, but the burger was nice. Also, my friends were
Their
impressed
chance
with the
to
Google
destroy.
Pixels feature that identified music on the lock screen. And honestly,
Set up a
there's just so
perimeter
much
around the
more
objectives. Do
small
not let them
features
reach
that
it.
the Google just does really well. Like for example, I was checking my DMs earlier and the AI identified another language and immediately asked if I wanted to translate to English. Shout out to Gemini. It's just cooking. Also, earlier when I was parking, I used the Google Lens to translate the parking signs, which was also super useful because here in Montreal, they only speak French and a lot of the signs and everything
Enemy
is in
bomb at
French.
Alpha.
So Google Lens definitely came in clutch. Just as clutch as Google Pay, which works flawlessly. Alright guys, just finished having breakfast. I'm not sure if the audio's good right now, so I apologize, but we're just outside chilling. You're right. Might as well
We
start
lost that
talking
round.
about a few
Prepare for
things
the next one.
about this device, the Pixel 9 Pro XL. Currently it's 148
Fuck you, can't do
PM.
shit.
I
Can't even
have
fucking kill us, so you have to
71%.
fucking play.
You guys can see that, by the way. Face ID is trying
Bunch
to
of
go
dog
crazy
shit
right now.
fucking
But
count.
so far, I've been loving the device. The battery life is holding up good. I did
Their
ask a
chance
couple
to destroy.
questions, like for people to ask me, like, what do you want to know about this
Secure
device? I
our
really wanted
objectives.
to know,
Do
like,
not
if
let
the
your
scratches
guard
are
down.
holding up. So far, scratches are holding up fine, but on the back where the camera bump is, there's a lot of scratches alongside the camera bump, and that's just because I don't use cases on my devices. I just like to rock my phones
Friendly
caseless.
UAV on station.
This has been seeing a lot of scratches. I was surprised it happened so easily, but it is what it is. Now it's so much scratches on the side, but one issue I have on my device is that the volume button is a bit sticky, so that might be a defect. Anybody running these issues, the volume button feeling sticky, let me know down below in the comments. My volume down button is just incredibly
Good aim assist.
the volume up is good, but whenever I hit the volume down button, it's like you don't even feel the phone pressing. You just see the animation start going.
Really stuck in the phone though.
Yeah, it's not even working. I don't know. So
But for the up all of it's okay.
yeah, the volume down button
They
just
planted
doesn't
at
work.
Bravo.
So that just might be a factory defect, but yeah, that's just one issue that I've been having in terms of like hardware. In terms of the display though, the display is amazing. 5,000 peak nits of brightness, so outdoors you guys don't have to worry about anything. It's super bright, and it's a bigger display, 6.8 inches. In terms of how it holds in my pockets, since recently I've been rocking all of like baggy pants and stuff like that. There's no issues with this.
Be advised, enemy bomb is still active.
In terms
Move
of
to
how it
defuse.
feels in the hand, I did cover this in my last video. It's very
Bomb
easy
disarmed.
to reach all four corners of the display because, as you guys know, I have
We have
pretty
secured
large
the
hands,
field.
so
Mission
easy for me to
accomplished.
reach all the four corners of the display. But otherwise, consuming content, watching YouTube videos on here, streaming stuff, like it looks amazing. Alright, I don't know where exactly we are in Montreal, but bro, this place is so hard. Like, take a look.
21.
So right now it's kind of overcast because it's literally about to rain. Cars just be driving in it everywhere. Watch out. But I'm gonna just try to take some pictures real quick to show you guys what this camera is capable of. I know we took some pictures earlier, but since we're in this nice little alleyway, let's just get some more flicks and show you guys the results. Let's do it. This is a quick little video test of 4K 60 on the Pixel 9 Pro XL right now. Front facing camera, by the way. It's kind of overcast day, so I can't really get to show you guys what the blue skies look like, but now you get to hear what the audio quality look like. It does have autofocus. As you can see, we could go real close and personal, and it does a pretty good job. And the good thing is, you can also pause the video. But one thing I think that's missing from the Pixel
Game.
is the ability to
Favela.
flip the camera while
Vote
recording,
Favela,
like on the
please.
Galaxy
Or do I have to give you the
S22,
opposite one?
S24 Ultra and stuff like
Get
that.
what I want.
Oh, favela, please.
The camera is really, really good. Switching on
Thank
over
you.
to the rear cam, this is what it looks like.
Agreed.
Super fluid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like the colors and everything just looks really nice. It's not choppy. Switching between lenses, again, can be a hit or miss. You know what I'm saying? This is what the back camera looks like if I'm pointing at myself at 0.5. And then we could switch over to 1x again. Let's punch into this sign. We have 2x. And then we have that 5x optical. And it's pretty smooth. And it doesn't end there. We could also zoom up to 20x. And even at 20x, it's still very, very, very stable, guys. As you can see. And then punch out, boom, 0.5 again. You guys could be the judges. Let me know what you think of the video quality on the Pixel 9 Pro XL. I think it's pretty nice, if we're being honest. So as you can probably tell by now, the camera's
Search and
performed
destroy.
really well on the Pixel.
Watch the
Especially
objectives. Set up
videos,
security.
could be a hit or miss, but the 8K video recording and video boost is just something special. It does this through the Google Cloud, so you need some storage to back up these files and have them working. Google's just really hooking us up with all these cool features that actually works great. Plus, they've thrown in some AI and software magic with Gemini, like the Magic Eraser tool, which as you can see here in this pic, I could easily keep it in the background, or the animate feature, which we'll take a look at later. But there's just a whole bunch of AI stuff to play around with, including this wild reimagined feature for your pics. It's like having a photo wizard in your pocket. I literally just circled a section of the picture, told Gemini what I wanted to be generated, and it did just that. But that's just a whole nother video within itself. Yo, did you guys drive there? Okay, okay. You leaving now or what?
1 minute remaining.
Okay, I'm coming. Alright, we're gonna go to we're gonna drive. So I have to go back to the car. So far, the GPS has been working good and stuff like that. You know, like when you go different places and you're on vacation. Yeah. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, let me see you, man. Let me see you. Nice. Huh? Probably the club or some shit.
30 seconds remain. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Defend the objectives.
This is legacy of hope. Folks had a clue. Thank God I still had ability when we didn't have a roof. I couldn't even think of stability, let alone had a tooth to be making change, and it ain't that ancient a memory.
Finally, I pulled up at host, but it was raining out to hard outside, so I stayed in the car.
Mine ready.
Battery life. During this time, I just catch up on socials. I checked my messages, and by the way, if I didn't mention already, the typing experience on the Pixel 9 Pro XL is smooth. I have no issues reaching the buttons, and the haptic feedback feels premium. I don't know how to explain it, but it just does. I also made time for my traditional day in the life tweet over on Twitter, so you guys know I'm cooking. And you already know how this goes. If you see yourself, you know you're goated, man. After that, I just went on to Instagram. I made a story post so everyone knows I'm still alive. And one thing I realized is that no one's really asking or laughing about the quality of my stories on the Pixel 9 Pro XL. So you know something has improved there over on socials. Now, in terms of performance, the performance of the Pixel 9 Pro XL so far has been okay. It's been smooth, right? Like dealing with everyday things like social media, editing, I'm not someone who games a lot on my phone, so I can't really report on that aspect. Touted as their most efficient, yet it boasts after web browsing,
seconds
quicker
left.
app launches and improved power efficiency for tasks like taking pics and videos as well as just streaming. Now, while Google isn't claiming a massive performance leap like Quantum
Just stay on the bomb.
their new flagship processors, they're emphasizing incremental improvements. Like Google's main focus here is just highlighting that the Tensor G4 is custom built for AI. So being
10
the
seconds
first
remaining.
processor to run Gemini Nano with multimodality, they're just not aiming to top benchmark charts, but rather to excel in AI-driven tasks, and I think they're doing a pretty good job at that.
Round secure.
That's all good,
On to the
Teds.
next.
Proud of you. Still our boy.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant the charges and demolish the objectives.
Alright, so we just went in trying to find some stuff, but didn't really find anything I was looking for, to be honest. And obviously there be like, yo, no cameras, this and that. So the vibes not right. Like obviously, yeah, that's their rules and stuff, but I was like, I'm not gonna spend money here if like the people are being rude, you know what I mean? But I think right now we're just gonna try to find like a low key coffee shop or something like that. I was just talking to him and Jez about to link up today. He's messaging me asking me what time we're supposed to leave, but it would have been cool if he could have been in the video. That would have been sick, but I don't know if we're gonna see him today. So
1 minute remaining.
like sometime tomorrow we could link up between 11 or
Go to B, please. Go to B. Take the ball.
unfortunately it's raining today. It's kind of sucks.
The weather's been amazing last week.
Alright, where's the last guy?
Pretty bad.
I'm Raheem. What's your name?
Siobhan.
Siobhan.
Take care.
Take care.
Take care.
You've won the round.
Shit, what happened?
The next one.
Fucking great. Real good show, Sniper. Can we Well stop done.
holding hands, please?
Lots of fun that was. Thank you.
Where you at? Yeah, your
A bit
studio?
fucking that. It's a large! Oh, fuck the fuck you now.
Search and destroy.
Can you follow my Twitch?
I said before we have to check out that 11.
Place the charge. Detonate the target.
Yeah, like I could chill for a little bit after, but not sure how too long to be honest.
Oh my god.
Link up, man. Yeah. Alright, bro.
We're blending it out.
Nice guy.
Device in place. Countdown started.
Update, so just got situated in
Round secure. On to the next.
22 p.m. and I have 18 everybody left.
Morning, Teddy. Yo. Why is blood so mad?
Like, I was expecting
Switching sides.
a lot of pics. We're inside a lot because of
Search and destroy.
rain, obviously, so I was browsing like social media, all that stuff.
Watch the
So I just
objectives.
transferred
Set
to
up security.
from today because I was running out of storage on my SD card. And I was just sitting here thinking, like, when it comes to the Pixel, a lot of the things that people really talked about was the new Gemini AI stuff. And to be honest, guys, I don't really use it every single time. I don't use it throughout the day. If you're taking pictures, let's say we're taking pictures, and obviously if I wanted to take pics with somebody else and you needed someone else to take the picture, like a group picture or something like that, that's really cool to have, especially when
Nice
you're
job.
traveling. There's this other stuff like the Pixel Studio where you can go in and create.
You've won the round. Get ready for the next one.
Oh, yeah.
But it just works like that.
Fucking
So
great.
it's pretty cool. Again, and there's this other really cool feature with Gemini where you could summarize like video clips. So for example,
Search and
there's a
destroy.
YouTube video that I want to watch, but I don't have time to watch like a 17-minute YouTube
Defend
video.
the
but I still
objectives.
really want to watch it. I could just put that into Gemini summarize the entire video. I'm not sure how he does it, but he does a really good job and it works well. We're gonna head home right now. I need to try to get some food, get some rest, and then we're gonna head out probably tonight because we're supposed to film some projects. So, did I say I need to get food?
All secure. No visible threats on target. Solid work. The mission is complete. Good work.
Every single one of them left. That's crazy.
Alright, y'all, finally back in the crib right now, and as you could probably tell, it's 6:08 p.m. Super tired, but we have 8% battery life right now. So first thing on the agenda, we have to go over the battery percentage throughout the day to see what exactly we did. Boom, screen should be pop up right there. If it's not up there, should be you're lazy, but it should be just right here, you know what I'm saying? So as you can see, we woke up around like 10 a.m. and currently it's 6 p.m. now. We got an average of 4 hours and 28 minutes screen on time, which is not bad. And the main culprit for today is obviously the camera that took up 30% of the battery. Android Auto 13% because we're driving around all day using Android Auto, the maps, playing music and stuff like that. We didn't charge the phone the entire day, which is very impressive, you know what I'm saying? The maps again in the background, new city, so I was using the maps and the GPS on the phone a lot, which worked really well. There were no issues with like the GPS, everything worked well, so that's good to see. Obviously we did tap into social media, Instagram, Snapchat, Spotify, and Notion, because whenever I make these videos I like to script on the go, so Notion took up a big hit as well. But yeah, that was the battery uses. That's the screen on time we got for today, and let me know what you guys think. You think that's good or bad? On regular days I would get throughout the entire day. If I'm not filming a day in the life, I don't really have to worry about the battery because it's not getting finished. In comparison, the 15 Pro Max has 4,422 milliamp hours, and obviously when it comes to battery life, it all comes down to the optimization. I think the G4 Tensor chip inside the Pixel is doing a really good job in terms of battery optimization. The whole UI itself is pretty smooth. The thermals run good. I mean, it wasn't like a crazy hot there. I was like doing intensive stuff like gaming or crazy video editing, but the phone didn't heat up over time, and overall I think the battery performed really good today. And last but not least, you know, we have to check in for the day in the life tweet, man. So I did make my day in the life tweet earlier today, and let's see how many replies we have so far. 382 replies, 544 likes. So if you guys see yourself, just screenshot it, post it, you know, I'll reshare it and everything. But shout out to Holly, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to MTG. Shout out to Andre. Yo, iPhone 16 this month. Don't forget. Shout out to Iman. There's everybody in here, man. I'm gonna just quickly scroll through. I probably won't like it because it's just crazy. So shout out to everybody who keep replying, showing love. This is what it needs to do these days. This is why I
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Everybody keep motivating me. If it wasn't for you guys motivating me, I don't think I could do it. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know. But right now, guys, I'm gonna charge up the phone. It's at 7%. I'm gonna take a nap, and then around like when it gets dark, I'm gonna go to shoot some night photography and show you guys what the night sight capabilities on this phone looks like. So 7 fully charged by 8 p.m.
Only you remain. Finish the mission. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Oh.
Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad.
go kill yourself, you fucking red gun and faggot.
Don't worry, I got it right now. Absolutely training.
Oh, stop.
Switching sides.
What the fuck, man?
Search and destroy. Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them. Sound secure. On to the next.
Fuck, look how cheap you are.
True, guys, true.
Search and destroy. Don't let the enemy level the objectives. Keep them secure.
Moving. Moving to my mark.
Enemy planted at Alpha.
Careful. Area's hot.
When it gets dark, go shoot some nice photography.
Bomb site is still hot. Move fast.
On this one.
All operatives, bomb defused. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Remaining.
Air forces on the table. Oh, it's
Tree
customs.
shot.
Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad. seconds left. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them. One minute remaining. Seconds remain. Round secure. On to the next.
Whoa!
So,
There's no more fuels with bad language.
Search and destroy. Don't let the enemy level the objectives. Keep them secure. Final minute. It's down to you. Finish the mission. Enemy bomb at Alpha. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
She fucking deserved it. And I liked it. And I did it again. Don't take my bacon
Switching
right
sides.
away, cunt. Bro, what the fuck, bro? If that's not softcore...
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Oh, green bird.
Alright, dude, back us out. This map.
Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objectives. Do not let them reach it.
Area's hot.
One minute remaining. Round secure. On to the next. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it. Final minute. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Use the charges
場背面。合味道綠色杯麵。加埋呢個香脆午餐。
Play. Nah. Nah. That's one. Nah.
Yo, can I show you my toy, bro? This shit is tough.
What it is?
Wanna see?
The Boring Company. Why? Wait, why are you not in here all the way?
Nah, let me just show you real quick.
Okay.
It's cool! It's cool, dude! Dude, it's cool! Right? No?
Bro, go burn your own shit down, bro. Bruh, what the fuck is you doing? Nigga, if that shit burn anything in here, the whole house is going down.
No, it's not. You wanna see?
Fuck! It is, the whole thing is going down.
No, it is not. Do you wanna see?
It smells crazy in here now, bro.
This shit smell like propane and gasoline.
Oh, my fault, bro. Fuck. You want some of my Febreze?
Let me see this motherfucker, man.
Be careful though, bro. Be careful.
How do I do it?
Alright, so look, I'm gonna let you know when to click it, alright? Click this on the go. There's a red button right here. I'm gonna put it on with your index. Like just going outside, like, oh you over.
Oh, right here.
Yep. Wait, not yet. Be careful, don't hold nothing now. Ready? 3, and then speed that at the same time. 3, 2, 1, go. You don't wanna hold it down. Yeah!
I like it right here.
Come on, bro! You giving all my balls, I'm in the movie.
How do I turn it on?
Oh, just.
Hey, bro, this shit smell like fart.
Yeah, like.
Yeah. I didn't know that's gonna happen.
This shit, your whole room smell like this motherfucker.
Yeah, but I ain't think
windows. I mean, open it.
Yeah, but I got some Febreze you need.
I got candles and shit. I got Febreze too, bro. I know.
Damn.
Yeah, bro, go ahead and exit, bro.
I bet, bro.
Why the fuck you be having all this? What the fuck
Yeah,
are you doing?
I'll get you one. You want one?
No.
We got like a deep black camo shit.
What the fuck do this nigga actually be talking about, though? What the fuck do this nigga actually be talking about, though? Like, shit.
Was it? What'd you watch?
Speak No Evil.
Was it about the Danish swingers?
They were, but that wasn't really a part of the movie.
What, they weren't swingers?
It wasn't, didn't really have anything. I mean, I think they said they were. But wasn't really the main.
Is it how that
Main reason
fucking
for the
guy
movie.
yells at his kid because he dances wrong?
Yeah, that happened. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But
Copy that. Send reinforcements.
No scope. What chocolate?
Bubble mid.
Search and destroy. Target objectives need to be detonated. Play it smart. We're planting at Alpha. Device in place, countdown started. Our device was disarmed. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
This rule, right? Yeah, Dub just said all percentage of my fat's located around my heart.
This one.
Switching sides.
It's a Fury. It's Fury.
Search and destroy. Set a defensive perimeter around the objectives. Hostile UAV in the area. Hostile bomb drone is active. Remaining. They've planted at Bravo.
I'm a quit. I don't know if this will but
Fuck it. Why are we getting stuck in these fucking shit lobbies?
good shot.
Search and destroy. Defend the objectives from hostile forces. Movement.
Bet she doesn't even have cat on his dick.
Me.
Switching sides.
I'm bored.
Wow, wow. So easy.
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Friendly UAV online.
Oh my god. No cap.
Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. Final minute. You've secured the device. We're planting at Alpha. Bomb planted at containment. You won that round. Get ready for the next one.
I changed right as he was there.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, he was late too. You're still better than this fucking 1050. Jesus.
Search and destroy. Target objectives need to be detonated. Play it smart. Enemy in the area. Enemy bomb drone in the area.
I see an enemy.
1 minute remaining. You lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
But that didn't pick them up. You're not usually meant to run through that.
I'm just turning around and double check.
Switching
Oh
sides.
fuck, it didn't go off.
Search and destroy. Set a defensive perimeter around the objectives.
go-to machine at the moment?
Type in. Type in.
Switching sides.
What's that, Brendan?
I got 75 for a game.
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Enemy movement. Our counter UAV is active. Friendly UAV on station. One minute remaining.
Oh, I could execute him. Fuck's sake.
Mission failed.
I like the
Return to
Solar Storm Pirate one. What's that? Black Sails or whatever it is. What's it called? Ben, you got any tight ends in fantasy? You know, do you need a tight end, Jimmy?
6 skins and we
Dynasty.
got 5 of the
I dropped in
feature,
4 of the cunts.
feature symbols. Like 5 of the balloons.
Oh, in one?
In one spin, that was $950.
Fuck me. What hits are you doing?
Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objective. Do not let them reach it. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. next. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it. Setting device on Bravo. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Use the charges, blast the target. No mistakes. Friendly mosquito deployed. Secure the device. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objectives. Do not let them reach it. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. Minute remaining. Round secure. On to the next.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Switching sides.
No.
Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it. Device in place. Countdown started. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Oh fuck. I don't know.
Search and destroy. Use the charges. Blast the target. No mistakes. Setting device on alpha. Bomb planted. Set containment. That should be all of them. Victory is ours. The mission is complete. Good work.
Bro, you're not even good. Run a bow and arrow for the first 4 rounds that you won.
And that's why you lost.
You got 3 kills, why are you talking?
And that's why you fucking lost to it, I can't, you stupid fuck.
Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Enemy UAV active.
A door. Fuck! Another spawn. Garage.
1 minute remaining.
Go in front. Take my gun, bro. Go in front. Oh. Woo!
Round secure. On to the next. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Woo! Jesus.
Search and destroy. Don't let the enemy level the objectives. Keep them secure. Hostile counter UAV overhead. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad.
Right now spawn.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it. You've secured the device.
Hard scope and tunnel. One pushing out spawn. Some in the building near spawn. Laying down hard scope and tunnel.
Final minute. Seconds remain. Seconds. Enemy planted at Alpha. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Don't let the enemy level the objectives. Keep them secure. Enemies deployed to counter UAV. Hostile UAV in the area. Hostile SAE near your position. Hostile counter UAV overhead. Mission compromised. We failed.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Shut up, cunt.
Hello? Any little miners here?
Is that a little kid? Little kid.
This is gonna be like a big toss-up for the UK because I hate jelly beans. Like, I'm not a jelly bean fan at all. I'll try one. I don't like these. I already know I don't like these. I don't want to say mid because I don't want to be like showing my age, but like mid.
Search and destroy.
Actually below mid. Like, these are
141.
bad.
Plant a charge on the
Really
target
bad.
and
So
level
what I
it.
was gonna say is there were like pink jelly bean packages, and it's like some taste like vomit, some taste like popcorn. What are you gonna get? That, I think, did something like hardwired my brain into not liking them. What is this consistency? It's like almost gum. It's not quite. Get out of here. Anyway, this tastes like Play-Doh, and don't ask me how I know what Play-Doh tastes like, because unfortunately I do. What do those ones say? This one has heart emojis, or just heart eyes. Maybe it's not. No, these are emojis. We live in a society. Yeah. Oh, this one says fucking lips on it. Ooh, okay. This is gonna be like a big because I'm not a jelly
We
bean
lost that
fan.
round. Prepare for the next one.
Of course, let's go. Too easy.
Actually below mid, like these are bad.
Search and destroy.
I really don't.
Move in and detonate the target.
Oh,
Round
too
is
easy.
lost. Focus on the next one.
Can't even kill me too easy. Got 10 kills already too easy.
Switching sides.
Prom.
Search and destroy. Keep the enemy off the objective. Enemy UAV active. Round
Charity.
secure. On to the next.
Charity. 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 What's that
Search
doing?
and destroy. Set up security around the objectives. Enemy planted at Bravo.
Enemy movement. Cancel that.
On site, still hot. Move fast. All operatives, bomb defused. You've won
Charity.
that round.
My
Get ready
team's
for the
shit.
next one.
Charity. Charity. Charity.
Switching sides.
Charity, I'm gonna win. But it.
Search and destroy. 141. Plant a charge on the target and level it. movement. Cancel that. Round secure. On to the next.
Charity.
Fuck, never used
Charity
that gun
round.
anyway.
Charity. Scratch my ass, Charity.
Dirty. Dirty baby.
Charity.
Search and destroy. Move in and detonate the target. Friendly Mosquito deployed. Final minute. We're planting at Bravo. Device in place. Countdown started. Friendly mortar strike on the way. Won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Charity.
Switching sides.
Charity.
Search and destroy. Keep the enemy off the objective. We lost that round.
Sorry,
Prepare
I'll
for
do
the
it.
next one.
I'll do it all.
Search and destroy. Set up security around the objectives.
Is he just in spawn?
Seconds remain.
I didn't even know you could get up that way.
They planted at Bravo. Bomb site is still hot.
Oh,
Move back.
stop it.
Outlaw Nation, how is everybody today? Let's talk about it. The world's most expensive AR-15.
Bomb
Or
defused.
is it just the best that you can buy?
Won that round.
Check it
Get
out.
ready for the next one.
20,000 bucks to get this entire setup street price right now. I'm at Felix Canyon Ranch in New Mexico. Like 100,000 acres of wide open country for you to do any kind of training that you want. You can bring your unit here. Police departments, civilians can even train here. It's got amazing bunkhouses. The wind is excellent for long range shooting. I'm here today with True North Elite. They are training us. You can check them out, find them on Instagram, True North Elite. Who are they? Well, guys, if you know, you know. So check them out on Instagram. I got the CGS Helios QD on it. This one's tan. Yeah, you gotta be, you gotta know some people to get tan. You need the best silencer out there.
Oh
Get
my
CGS.
God.
All right, I got an in-gal on it. Yep, full power in-gal. Street price for that
fucking
sucker is
hate
$6
these
grand. If you're gonna pick a light, pick Surefire. Trust your life on Surefire. So I got the Surefire Scout Mini. I got the Schmitten Bender short dot dual CC 1-8x24. It's sexy, and of course my favorite mount is the Badger Com. You guys will see that this gun really does fit well. Gives you good heads-up view. The reticle on the inside lights up very well when you turn it to.
Place a charge on your target and level it. Friendly mosquito deployed. We're planting at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started. Enemy visual.
Yeah. Oh, what? He's in that corner still, Nick.
Round secure. On to the next. Search and destroy.
Yeah, I'll SMG this time.
Plant the charge and detonate the objective.
Oh, fuck off, he's right shooting now. That cat can move, but fucking right shooting.
Enemy riot shield marked.
Oh, Noodle's right shooting. The other guy's in there.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides.
Boy, you drinking game, Noodle?
Search and destroy. Secure our objective.
Alrighty guys, we're doing another for you guys to see. But because we're using Ballistic Advantage's Hansen, let it eat. You gotta... Is it a gas problem?
No.
What? Oh.
You ready?
Yep. Okay.
That was hearing tape.
Was it? I'm forward of the gun, so I can't see what's going on. Did you get it, Nito?
Yeah, I think I did. You did it.
What? Me?
Did it
Right now.
live.
Search and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier. Remaining. Enemy planted at Bravo. Five. Enemy bomb is still active. Move to defuse. Bomb disarmed. Round secure. On to the next. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it. charge and detonate the objective. You secured the device. We lost that round. Prepare for
Bro,
the next
why
one.
in every corner, man? Like, fucking move.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier. Friendly UAV on station. Round secure. On to the next. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier. Moving to my mark. Friendly UAV online. Strike secure. No movement on target at this time. Well, the mission is complete. Good work.
Weird. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's go. Oh my god. There's a dog.
Search and destroy. 141. Plant a charge on the target and you've secured the device.
Oh no. What? Jesus Christ.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy. Move in and detonate the target.
die? Not really good
Round
enough.
secure. On to the
The
next.
snipers. Awesome.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Keep the enemy off the objective.
Aw. Slide through your legs. I mean, that would have been cool. No.
1 minute remaining.
She has plans.
Won that round. Get ready for the next one.
I quite like it in my spawn. Thanks.
Search and destroy.
The bottom of
Set up
Awesome, don't say
security
that.
around the
I don't know how to
objective.
use a
Hostile
knife.
counter UAV overhead.
No. Rude. Oh, one's underneath. Oh. Fuck. He came straight for me. I'm taking that one out.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Rude.
Watch for movement.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. One for one. Plant a charge on the target and level it. Hostile Mosquito is online.
Got him. We go A. With the bomb.
We're planting at Alpha. Final minute.
Fucking hope this
Planting.
again,
Set containment. Round secure. On to the next.
spawn.
Search and destroy.
Thanks, awesome. I needed that help.
What?
Move in and detonate the target.
Little sis.
You've got the bomb.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a little bit too far, Ryan.
I got lost.
No! Slid right into his bullets. That was terrible, Ryan.
1 minute remaining.
Alright. Really doesn't like me.
30 seconds remain.
It's like a 50-50 when you pick up other people's guns, eh? Oh, I think he was up top. He might be running to B.
Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. 10 seconds remaining. Device in place. Countdown started.
What? Maybe, yeah.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. Solid work.
Not the coffee
Won that
machine, Ryan.
round. Get ready for the next one.
Oh my god, awesome.
Switching
You need to stop. What the fuck?
Search and destroy.
That's getting weird. That's getting
Keep the
weird.
enemy
Too
off the
weird.
objective. Hostile mortar strike near your position. Final minute.
What the hell?
30
Yeah.
seconds left.
Oh,
Round is
what?
lost. Focus on the next one.
Yeah.
priority around the objectives. Enemy planted at Alpha. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides.
Get a mic, you poor cunt.
Search and destroy. One for one. Plant a charge on the target and level it. You've secured the device.
He's trying real hard to tell you how much you suck, man. You must suck a lot.
Eyes up. This area's hot.
Final minute.
How does he have a juggernaut? Oh my god, okay. Why?
Get down, enemy sniper here.
Oh, he's coming for me.
Enemy juggernaut marked.
I'm so scared. What the fuck? That's disgusting.
Seconds.
Just, yeah.
The round is lost.
Imagine
Focus on
having
the
a
next
juggernaut
one.
so and still losing. Imagine. Get good.
This is dumb cunt dumb.
Search and destroy. Move in and detonate the target. You've got the bomb.
It's not good. Stop it.
security. Round secure. On to the next. Search and destroy. Defend the objectives.
No, it's coming.
Final minute. Seconds remain. Enemy planted at Alpha. charge. Detonate the target. Final minute. Left. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Watch the objectives. Set up security. Enemy bomb at Alpha. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy. Defend the objectives.
Stop sniping, you bitch!
Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant the charges and demolish the objectives. Only you remain. Finish the mission.
Fuck you!
Mission failed. Return to base.
Hopefully that gives you a visual to see the high look. Not so much?
Is that in November? I might buy that. You should buy that. Is that it? Oh no.
Oh yeah, from when I was screen cheating.
Oh, rundown. Hey. Whoa! Fuck me, Dad. What'd you drop your whole setup?
Search and destroy. Secure our objectives.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Oh, that shit. Yeah. He was quick with it.
Fuck! B.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next
I
one.
didn't see that cunt.
Search and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier.
Oh, they're right there, cunt. All three of them on A side.
Final minute. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it. Enemy UAV active.
As I look there too. Fuck.
Careful. Cancel lost.
Shitty ass spawn.
1 minute remaining. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Plant the charge and detonate the objective.
Oh, dude. Oh, the guys are there. Oh.
We're planting at Bravo. Bomb planted. Set containment.
Thanks for.
The enemies defuse our bomb. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Oh yeah.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
Yeah, I love a double.
Hostile cruise missile incoming.
Oh, that's.
Oh, I had a nice shot on someone and then I got killed after that.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it.
I said moving to my mark.
located at Bravo. Spotlight is still hot. Move fast. All operatives, bomb defused. Round secure. On to the next. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Final minute. Enemy bomb at Alpha. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it. You've got the bomb. Friendly mosquito active. Moving! Setting device on Bravo. 1 minute remaining. Device in place. Countdown started. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Plant the charge and detonate the objective. You secured the device. objective, soldier. Return to base.
Search and destroy. Detonate the target objectives, but expect an enemy squad.
that awesome.
Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Moving.
Final minute. It's down to you. Finish the mission. Hostile mosquito is online. 30 seconds left. You got the bomb. 10 seconds remaining. Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. Bomb planted. Set containment. The enemy's defused our bomb. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Locked in enemy squad. One minute remaining. Seconds remain. We're planting at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started. Friendly cluster mine planted.
Go far away, brother. If you die, the mine doesn't work.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
I know who's talking, but you clearly don't play this game very much. If you do die, the mine does work.
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Heckler & Koch has built, none has been fielded by more police and military just forward of the mag. And what it this is because the 10mm vector, like the 9mm and 45 submachine gun. In the West, we would call this thing a carbine because it's not chambered in a pistol caliber, but it's essentially a very short AK. Reliability. Thankfully, the Draco ships with a gas system specifically tuned to its 11.5-inch barrel, so its reliability and function are unchanged. Also, attempting to cut the barrel's length any further is pointless, since the gun's gas tube is nearly as long as the barrel itself, and cutting that would turn the gun quickly into a single-shot rifle. What about terminal ballistics? Well, after chronographing a half dozen of my favorite 7.62 by 39mm loads, including offerings from Hornady, Silver Bear, Tula, Golden Tiger, and Wolf, the Draco's 11.5-inch barrel, on average, only reduces muzzle velocity by 7.9% compared to a standard AKM's 16-inch barrel. While this loss of velocity will certainly reduce effective range, both Full Metal Jacket and expanding bullets should still perform as intended out to 200 yards, well beyond the reach of most shooters with this short sight radius. While the Draco pistol is a ton of fun to shoot without a stock, the addition of one actually makes hitting your target a lot more likely. As for ergonomics, they're what you expect from an AK. Not as high speed, low drag as an AR-15, but very serviceable with a little practice. Now what about X Factor? The Draco brings the legendary reliability and durability of the AKM to a handy, lightweight package. It also uses the same inexpensive, ultra-durable die-hard magazines as the AK-47. So what holds back the Romanian fire breather from perfection? Well, for starters, that fire. The muzzle blast on the end of the Draco is like a flashbang going off with every single trigger pull. True, it can be mitigated or even overlooked with a sound suppressor or a decent conical flash hider. It's still fairly annoying and makes the gun less than ideal for use in low or no light settings. But what really holds the gun back is its lack of an optics rail. No, not a rail dust cover, but a side rail like the standard Romanian SAR carbine. The gun's super short sight radius and user-unfriendly post and notch sights makes hitting distant targets very, very challenging for all but the most accomplished marksmen. While railed handguards topped with reflex sights make for faster shooting at close range, the addition of even a 2x magnification optic would greatly increase the practical accuracy of the Draco. Overall, if you want a die-hard reliable mini carbine or simply one of the most fun blasters you can take to the range, the Draco is your weapon of choice. Admittedly, I'm showing my bias here. The MPX is one of my all-time favorite guns, and the first I ever went to the trouble of SBR. That said, the MPX is one of the softest shooting 9mm carbines I've ever run, and one that really shines in an SBR configuration. The SIG MPX is a 9mm, short-stroke, piston-driven firearm that feeds from Lancer-made polymer magazines. Unlike most piston-driven firearms, the MPX's piston is self-regulating. This means reducing the barrel length does not affect reliability. Another boon is that if you wish to swap barrels, it only requires an Allen key and a few $100 sent to SIG. Just like the MP5 chambered in the same caliber, the MPX also squeezes great performance from its 9mm cartridge. Also like the MP5, the MPX's extended barrel helps stretch the legs of the limited effective range of the 9mm Parabellum cartridge, meaning your favorite Hornady tap ammo will hit just a little bit harder at close range. In terms of balance and ergonomics, the MPX in a pistol configuration is pretty damn unwieldy, and is overly heavy when set up as a carbine with a 16-inch barrel. As an SBR though, the MPX comes into its own, with superb handling characteristics that make for a very quick shooting carbine with a nice centralized point of balance. As for ergonomics, the fire controls are easy to reach regardless of how the gun is set up, and the available stock options range from awkward wire stock to near perfect with the Lage side folder, plus that same company, Lage, makes an M4 style collapsible stock adapter. You can run pretty much any stock you want on the gun. Now the MPX's X factor is its combination of modularity and incredibly soft recoil. The MPX uses AR-15 pistol grips and triggers, and with an adapter can even use the AR-15 stock. This, combined with its self-regulating piston system, results in a carbine that kicks like a Red Ryder on steroids, but still delivers 9mm slugs with potent accuracy. Now what holds the gun back in my opinion is its 13.5mm left-handed thread pitch. I mean, because screw anybody who wants to use an existing 9mm comp or sound suppressor on their brand new carbine. This, and SIG's decision to remove the adjustable gas block from production guns. Because of this, the MPX suffers from blowback when ran with a 9mm suppressor. Utilizing a larger caliber can reduces this blowback, but an adjustable gas valve would have elevated the MPX from near perfect to godlike status. Overall, if you want the softest shooting 9mm carbine on the market, the MPX is your gun. Lightweight, accurate, soft shooting, modular, and affordable, the AR-15 is currently one of the best deals in the gun industry. Naturally, this makes it an ideal candidate for an SBR. Or does it? Of all the guns on the list, the AR-15 is probably the most susceptible to drastic changes in reliability relating to the length of the gun's barrel. That is, of course, assuming the AR-15 in question is set up for direct impingement and not reconfigured for either piston-driven operation or manually operated. Full-length 20-inch barrels require a different gas system and different buffer tube than carbine systems. While confusing, the shooter is still able to make the gun reliable regardless of its configuration. As far as ballistic effectiveness, the AR-15 is both the best and the worst performer on the list. This is because an AR-15 can be found chambered in nearly every modern cartridge. Its most common round, the 55-grain 5.56 by 45mm cartridge, has honestly lackluster terminal ballistics when launched from a short barrel. On the other hand, SBR-friendly chamberings like 300 Blackout perform much better in shorter, more compact barrel lengths. Just like reliability, terminal ballistics basically relates to it depends, meaning it depends on how the gun is configured. What about balance and ergonomics? Well, balanced largely depends generally 16-inch can be actuated without shifting the firing grip. This permits the shooter to be off position. The only aspect of this. So again, it depends on a 300 blackout rifle with a 24-inch barrel, a 4-inch 9mm pistol caliber carbine FPDW, or an 8-inch barreled 7.62 by 39 mid-sized carbine. The AR-15 can be anything you want it to be, and then some. So what holds back the world's most modular firearm from perfection? The buffer tube, or rather the gun's reliance on it. Because most AR-15 variants require the buffer tube or receiver extension's buffer spring to function, the AR-15 can only get so small. Yes, side folding stocks do exist for it, but for the most part, most ARs have to have that stock attached, which unfortunately overall limits just how small a shooter can make their SBR'd AR-15. Look, going to the trouble of paying a overpriced $200 for a tax stamp is undeniably annoying, but the resulting ultra-handy carbine can be worth the hassle, provided of course that the gun the shooter decides to modify is one that will be enhanced by being shortened and not hindered by it. Now while all the guns we saw in this video are excellent SBR candidates, they are by no means the only ones you should consider. Truthfully, any design that meets the criteria listed before should make a viable candidate to convert into a short-barreled rifle. Ultimately, a shooter should just determine whether or not the gun gains any true benefits from being converted. And if not, consider something else, unless you just want something to play with at the range. Lastly, if you intend to use any of these firearms for home defense, self-defense, or any serious work, make sure that the gun runs flawlessly with the ammunition you decide to run in it before committing it to any serious types of work. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more burst reviews.
Search and destroy. Move in and detonate the target.
This was originally done. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier.
Oh my god.
Why did I reach that?
Go on, teammate.
Round is
Fucking
lost.
destroyed.
Focus on the next one.
Area's hot.
I was playing so good before as well.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it.
Oh my god. Oh, you get that. Plus
What?
We're planting at Bravo.
oh.
I'm lagging.
Are you
Lost that round.
lagging or is that
Prepare
me?
for the next one.
Oh shit.
I think it's just me.
Search and destroy.
I'm playing so bad.
Plant the
What
charge and
is
detonate the objective.
Oh.
Okay, might just back us out.
Oh shit.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy.
What's the best platform if you want to upgrade your gun? Well, there's quite a few fantastic choices depending upon what you want. For pistols, it has to be the Tokyo Marui High Kappa. You've seen them dozens of times on this channel and just how crazy they can get. For rifles, I'm gonna go with the M4, though the AK is also a great
Kill confirmed. Kill them and secure their tank. We have taken the lead. We've lost the lead. We're tied with the enemy. Hostile UAV in the area. Friendly UAV online.
Flashing mic.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Attack me!
Friendly motor strike.
Medical!
Confirm that one.
friend sent me 2 AR-15s. One of them being the TAC-3, which is $1,800 MSRP. The other one being the Guardian 15, which is sub $1,000 MSRP. So immediately the question is asked, why is this rifle twice as much as this rifle? Well, the best example I can use is honestly vehicles. Take my truck, for instance, some TRX. You can get a base model TRX, or you can get one that you spec out and put a bunch of options on it and add a bunch of money to the price of the truck. Now, it doesn't mean that your truck is 10 times or twice as better as a stock base model TRX or any car for that matter. But what it does mean is that your experience with that truck is more unique to you or heightened because of certain features and options. But more or less, the truck is still the same. It still drives just as reliably. It is just as good looking, more or less. It's just as comfortable. Does all the things the truck is supposed to do. Only difference is you added a certain things to give it a little bit of je ne sais quoi, which is no different than these two rifles. This has certain features that some people may not necessarily need on a rifle like this. So let's talk about some of those differences. So the Guardian 15, which is essentially a FN saying, hey, we know there are a lot of people who can't afford a $2,000 plus or even an $1,800 AR. So why don't we make an AR that is high quality but more affordable, i.e. doesn't have all the bells and whistles that you would normally get on a $2,000 rifle. So the question is like, how much am I really sacrificing for someone who's just getting into AR-15s? So how does this rifle feel in hand compared to the TAC-3, which is an $1,800 rifle?
There are a couple of things I do prefer to the Guardian 15 over the TAC-3. The Guardian 15 comes in at 6.6 pounds, whereas the TAC-3 comes in at 7 pounds. Yes, I'm praising a 0.4 difference in weight, but I'm a weight queen when it comes to rifles, so whether it's 0.4 or 0.1, the lighter, the better for my book. I also prefer the rail length on the Guardian 15 over the TAC-3 because it's ever so slightly longer. This is a very subjective thing, as I'm sure there are people who enjoy seeing more of the barrel poking out from under the rail. I'm just not one of those people. Then again, I always wear no-show socks when I'm wearing shorts, so I guess it only makes sense that I prefer a no-show barrel. That analogy made way more sense in my head.
If I'm going to be honest, the main points of interaction on the rifle are going to be the grip, the stock, and the rail. Those are your point of contact, and the trigger. So the question is, okay, so how does this rifle feel under recoil? Because some rifles can have some slop to it where it makes the rifle feel kind of right? So if I get on the gun now, rifle feels pretty damn solid to me. I'm not noticing any slop or any play on the rifle any more so than I would in, say, the TAC-3, which is $1,800. Start talking about different features.
Before you finish watching this video, a word from our sponsor. Have you ever thought about making a living in the firearms industry? If you enjoy gun repair, ballistics, and learning about firearms, Sonoran Desert Institute's online courses might just be a good fit for you. To find out more, visit spi.edu or call 480-999-4767 today. All the ammo used in this video is brought to you by Nas, maker of the most innovative, most accurate, most effective bullets and ammunition in the industry.
Aesthetically, these rifles look really nice, which to me is a big deal because I put a lot of emphasis on how my rifles look. Some people don't, I do, but I think a lot of people are more like me than the opposite. I think a lot of people do put emphasis on how does the damn thing look, because it's important. Aesthetics are important, whether you want to admit it or not. So, from a look standpoint, they look damn near the same. Pretty much, unless you start looking into the deeper and finer details. Say, for instance, the buttstock. The buttstock is essentially the same, except it's missing a rubber butt pad here. It doesn't have the same rubber butt pad that you get on, say, for instance, the TAC-3. Which, do I notice the difference? Only when I'm playing. Now, over time, after you start shooting round after round after round, you may start to notice that difference. And so that may play a part into whether or not you want it or not. Is there anything missing on this thing that makes it funny? So like I said before, let's talk about the grip. There's nothing to talk about because the grip is exactly the same. It's the exact same grip. Let's talk about the rail system. The rail system still gives you all the same mounting options that you would have on the TAC-3. The TAC-3 has an M-lock system, and honestly, the only difference is the way that it attaches to the receiver. It has that Hodge defense attachment point on the TAC-3, which is not here. So you could argue that that rifle, TAC-3, is going to be a little bit more durable in terms of, I don't know, I don't see this becoming such an issue from a durability standpoint that you're like, yeah, that's going to be problematic for me. So if you're jumping out of helicopters, they are 15, and the chance of this falling out of the helicopter, maybe.
The charging handle is arguably another one of the things. The Guardian has a standard mil-spec charging handle, while the TAC-3 has a fancy FN branded radium charging handle, which, if you never use the top-tier charging handle, you'd be just fine with the one on the Guardian. But once you use a really good charging handle, it's hard to go back. Thankfully, the charging handle is one of the easiest parts on an AR to change.
Let's talk about the rail system. I have the exact same optic on this as I have on my TAC-3, which is this Leupold Mark III HP. Now, for someone who's entry level, this optic may be a little bit up there from a price point standpoint, or it may be perfect. Maybe you want to spend sub $1,000 on your AR and then spend a little bit more for your optic. The beautiful thing about the optic is if you get a new rifle, you can take that optic and put it on a different rifle.
When I did my video on the TAC-3, I felt the way that it shot was really good, and that if I put a brake on it, it would likely shoot even better. The thing is, the Guardian 3 shoots exactly like the TAC-3. I mean, exactly.
The trigger on this is a single-stage trigger. It is not the world's greatest trigger. However, it's not a bad trigger. If I'm gonna be perfectly clear, see me having any problems hitting the place? See, triggers are one of those things that are incredibly subjective. Until you start reaching the point of shootability where you can really notice the difference in trigger, it kind of matters and it kind of doesn't. As long as your trigger is good, you can generally get done what you need to get done. And honestly, if you're a new gun owner, somebody who's just getting the first AR-15, I would suggest getting a not super high-speed, low-drag type of trigger, because it's going to kind of kill the appreciation you may get when you turn stuff up to something that's really good. And remember, if you start to get to the point where you get so used to the trigger, you're going to step it up, just change the trigger. That's the beautiful thing about the platform. You can kind of upgrade it yourself, or you can get it upgraded from the factory. So for instance, the safety selector, right? This gun is not completely ambidextrous. And for some people, that's an issue. Some people, it's not. I personally enjoy having an ambidextrous safety selector. Because by the way that I run my gun, when I'm here, and I want to go on safe, usually I can just hit it right on the side. But in this case, since it's not ambidextrous, I have to run the thumb, which, if we're gonna be honest, it's the same motion. No different. From here, I'm on it, just like that. It's ever so slightly faster with an ambi, or if you're left-handed. If you're left-handed, same thing. But, if all else fails, switch out the select.
The biggest difference between the TAC-3 and the Guardian 15 are the barrels. The TAC-3 is a 16-inch government profile, chrome-lined cold hammer forged barrel with 1 in 7 twist using FN proprietary CMB barrel steel, and the Guardian is a 16-inch nitride-coated barrel with 1 in 7 twist using 4150 chrome moly vanadium steel. That's a bunch of technical words that mean the TAC-3's chrome-lined barrel will give it a longer barrel life, but the nitride coating on the Guardian 15 will arguably make it a slightly more accurate rifle. The TAC-3 government profile barrel is likely what makes it slightly heavier than the Guardian 15.
The good thing about this is this makes for a great palette for putting the exact things that you want on the gun. So if I want to change this, I may not like the radiant selector that's on the TAC-3, and I may want to replace that. I may want to place the grips. I may want to place the stock. So if I know I'm going to do all of those things, but I still want to keep my cost low and get exactly what I want from an accessory standpoint, this may be a very good option for you to go with. Because like I said before, visually, more or less the same. Now, one of the things you can't put on it is, say for instance, is it has a bullet deflector, but it doesn't have a forward assist. Some people, that's a deal breaker. It's kind of like me and my adaptive cruise control. Adaptive cruise control for me, because I drive so much and I drive long distances, is kind of a deal breaker for me on a vehicle that I use to drive a lot. Some people are like, I don't care about a forward assist. Some people are like, I gotta have a forward assist or nothing. Which is fine. But some people, it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter to you, There's not one on here. Can't put it on, so keep that in mind as well. But at the end of the day, the funny thing is, this rifle is actually lighter than the TAC-3, which is double the price. By and large, from a shooting standpoint. It's the same. It's more or less the same. The recoil's the same. Like I said in the video, the thing runs flat, the thing runs solid. You get the Burge case flash suppressor, same thing that's on the TAC-3. So if you're just getting into AR-15s, something like this Guardian 15 is a great starting point because you're not getting something that's so low tier that it makes you hate the rifle. You can take this rifle to a shooting course and be just fine. Whereas some rifles that are extremely low tier start running into issues of the rifle really ruining your experience. And then you're wanting to just get rid of the gun altogether. Whereas this, you take this to a course, what's going to happen is you're going to be like, I wish I had this feature, and that feature. And usually, they're going to be features you can put on aftermarket anyway. So, there you have it. Guardian 15.
And yes, AR-15s are protected by the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It didn't say only handguns, it said arms. Guns aren't political. That's why I need your help getting this message spread on YouTube by clicking the thumbs up button, leaving a comment to let me know what you think of the video, then subscribing.
Your mic's off, G. Go back to lobby.
Hostile spotted. Done and dusted. Show is over. I'm reloading. The enemy holds the lead. Close to
My foot went into the wall. It went to the other side of the wall, and he shot my fucking foot. Axe.
Setting device on Alpha. Stand by.
Spawn, spawn.
We're planting at Alpha. Bomb planted. Set containment.
Oh my god, awesome.
Round secure. On to the next.
Man, you so dumpster.
I don't know, femboy. I don't know.
Search and destroy.
Good work, Spider.
Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Give me a number, femboy.
Hostile locate.
Bro, camping is good. Are you fucking
We're planting at Bravo. Friendly mosquito active.
kidding?
Setting device on Bravo. Device in place. Countdown started.
Nice, nice.
Hostile locate.
You got it. Yes, femboy. Oh.
Won that round.
You
Get
were
ready
lucky
for the
that
next
night
one.
didn't get you.
That was hot. Duck you down.
Switching sides. Search and
I'm not
destroy.
gonna lie, Gemboy's skin is a little bit disturbing.
Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them.
That's hot. What? I literally pressed to fucking hit him and it didn't.
Yeah.
He does better. One left. Last seen on B.
Wham stars left.
Yeah, that's right. They're all leaving. They're all starting to drop off. Cause I finally got a kill when they got mad.
One minute remaining. Round secure. On to the next.
Oh, you guys are lucky.
Yeah, mate.
Search
I
and
don't feel
destroy.
lucky.
Don't let the enemy level the objective.
winner.
Keep the enemy UAV active.
Been a tough time for you.
Bedtime for me.
Oh my god, I did a swing hit.
Dude,
one.
now you're fucking dead, man. You can do anything.
I went for a swing hit. I should have went for an instant melee hit.
Oh, I'm happy, bro. Maybe you should have hit him a bit closer then.
Oh, 4-0, brother. Keep crying.
Oh no, it's not right.
Switching sides.
Yeah,
Wah,
what?
wah, wah, wah.
Search and destroy.
Keep it.
Alright, knock again.
Yeah, that.
Knock off
Detonate the
early.
target objectives, but
Swing.
expect an enemy squad. We're planting at Bravo.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Planted. Set containment.
No.
Ah, damn it.
Hostile located.
Round secure. On to the next.
Oh, you got another kill, man. Best guy?
Too easy.
Oh, I got ours.
Search and destroy. Plant a charge on the target and level it.
Two left, two.
Thank you.
Thank you for the words of support.
Oh,
Usually
that
sits in
didn't
spawn.
work.
There's LMG.
Come on. Did you see that?
Yeah. Your worst sits in spawn, looks like tunnel.
Final minute.
I don't know.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Oh, yeah, guys, I'm back out.
Too easy.
Oh, yeah, go back out.
I'm gonna back out because I'm sleepy.
Switching sides.
Oh, okay, no worries. Go do it. Do it. I dare to.
Search and destroy.
Why does he
Actually,
sound
nice.
like Kermit from Sesame Street?
Hostiles are after the objectives. Defend them.
I don't watch that blasphemous show.
Hostile located.
Fanboy save me.
Fanboy is hot.
Bomb secure. No visible threats on target. Solid work.
Oh, you guys
Secure
better,
the field. Mission accomplished.
better, I guess. Oh, Alex, you trash. Trash.
Bad donkey.
Oh, cool. Nice.
haven't played this map in ages, man. Since MW2 though. That's crazy.
Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objective. Do not let them reach it. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. Final minute. Enemy planted at Alpha. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
How? I don't know.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it. Hostile UAV in the area. The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy. Use the charges, blast the target. No mistake. Prepare for the next one.
That's why I use a sniper, pussy.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter around the objective. Do not let them reach it. Enemy UAV active.
Tô indo pra lá. Já pra lá.
Shotgun piece of shit.
Round secure. On to the next.
Yeah, he's already dead too.
Search and destroy. Secure
Oi,
our
you
objective.
play
Do not let your guard down.
domination and shit or not? Trying to find lads to play with. Yeah, righto, mate.
Run, bitch.
How do they just look at you and then run away? Like, what the fuck?
1 minute remaining.
Anyone run an Xbox?
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Looking, bros. What happened?
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it.
I don't even know the map, so.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
So you said he was offensive.
Search and destroy. Use the charges. Blast the target. No
What has that
mistake.
got to do with anything?
in place. Countdown started. Round secure. On to the next.
How did I miss that first shot, bro?
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Set up a perimeter.
They like to
around
push
the objective.
middle.
Do not let them reach it.
Jesus fuck. Oh my god.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Man, I didn't even know what was going on, so. It was the second time I played Search and Destroy, so.
Oh, you did well, mate.
GG's, fellas.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this here. Can you guys still see me? Here? Ich glaube, wir müssen, glaube ich, when I'm standing here, can you guys still
Oh,
see
well,
me
I've got teammates.
pretty good? Yeah. I have to load my iPad and then we can start. Oh, oops. Wrong one. Okay. Alright, people, we need some dresses. You guys have to help me to choose a dress. Actually.
Search and destroy. Watch the objectives. Set up security.
Let's light these pictures up, boys. Fuck 'em. If you're so lucky. Best 4 games of your life, champ.
No, not how many days. So we need some dresses. Okay, let me.
Final minute. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Literally the third time I've played Search and Destroy, so. Whatever, bitch.
Search and destroy.
Literally.
Defend the objective.
Literally.
mission.
How many you got?
1 minute remaining.
Right, which I picked. Let me see. I will.
They've planted at Bravo.
Okay, I think we have nine dresses. No, this is not my real eye.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
This is brown. Welcome back here. I said man, I was close.
Sneaky little sneaky sausage.
Switching sides.
Snag dog.
Search and destroy.
Alright. Nine fuckers.
Place the charge. Detonate the target.
Okay, wait, let me see.
He's a sneaky fucking Russian, he is.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
What's he doing down there having a sleep on the ground?
Search and destroy.
Why have a fucking sleep?
Plant the charges and demolish the objectives.
Okay.
Sneaky fucking Russian. I am the bomb. Boom, suck it. Alright, let's move. I'll plant the bomb. I'll try. Hey.
Round secure. On to the next.
These slippery sausages having a real crack.
Switching sides.
Fuck.
Search and destroy.
You got the shot.
Mark the objectives. Set up security.
You guys wanna see?
Friendly UAV online. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
My opinion is, I just...
Okay, it is loading.
Search and destroy.
Yeah, it's loading.
Defend the objectives.
There's one sniping in the back of the tunnel.
Werden wir oft geschossen?
Watch him.
Ja, wahrscheinlich.
He's fucking sneaky. You got him. Well played.
Yeah. Let's organize the dresses in a bit, okay? After... Oh, Spotify is done. Oh, done! Music here.
Fuck, where is he? On B. Yep.
UAV active.
I'll go right.
Final minute.
Go.
Do you know how to log in?
Why don't I have a what?
I'm fucking stupid. Why don't I have a what? I can't understand what you're saying. Ammo on my gun? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
GG, brother. I think Agent will die.
Far out, man. I can't get this trick shot.
Come on, Bugs, you got this.
Oh, there we go. I shouldn't find this cunt now.
Oh, you must be on A.
Round secure. On to the next.
Man,
Sorry.
I tried.
I'll
Fuck,
miss you,
man,
Corey, man.
Switching sides.
Third time
You're
that I
supposed
played.
to. You're supposed to plant the bomb.
Search and destroy. Place the charge.
Supposed to
Detonate the
plant the
target.
bomb.
You're supposed to plant it like a horticulturalist. Plant the fucking bomb, you silly cunt.
You
Silly
silly
fucking-
goose.
Hostile UAV in the area.
What a silly man, eh?
Stupid cocksmacker.
Hostiles launched the cruise missile.
Well, easy now, spawn, little kid.
We're planting at Bravo. 1 minute remaining.
Try to bait your teammate, bro. If you die,
Setting device on Bravo. Bomb planted.
I'm just giving the team a quick clap.
Bond hide. He's on top.
That monkey kid is a fucking monkey kid, eh?
He's trying hard.
Isn't it your bedtime or some shit? Don't you go to school tomorrow? Are you too cool for school?
He's going back up the stairs, maybe.
Why are you criticising everyone's fucking guns, mate?
Yeah, just shut the fuck up.
Just leave everyone's guns alone. They didn't do anything stupid.
Yeah, come on.
Station target destination confirmed.
No one gives a
Sending in
fuck
a
about
team to
yourself.
recover personnel.
What?
You've won that round.
Guns.
Get ready for the next one.
Man, what the fuck?
Leave guns alone, kid.
You're supposed to defuse the bomb, mate.
What? Oh, I know you.
No, you don't. You don't
I do.
fucking know me.
We played
Search and
zombies.
destroy.
No?
Plant the charges and demolish the objectives.
I don't play zombies with you. Fucking sucker. Oh. Billy fucking shot me in the face. Probably need some camo on my
Friendly mosquito deployed.
Let's see your snipe skill.
Yeah, bugs. Yeah, bugs. Fuck yeah.
Final minute.
Fuck me.
Good work.
Oi, boys, invite, lads.
Oh, Dan, I'm gonna invite you and Rockslide. I will find each other in the next game, don't worry, because there's not that much people on.
GG's boys, that was fun.
Invite, man. Fuck, what the hell?
We'll find each other in the next game, don't worry, just stay searching.
last minute thing that I was not expecting to do. All right. Fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification. Whoa. Including through the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers. Why are they only seeing women when we know there are men? Maybe that will be brought up later. Or maybe he'll take a plea deal because he doesn't want all of that evidence of him and men being exposed, even though everyone pretty much at this point, what we've seen, what we've heard, this is what most people believe. Enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics distribution. Oh, not the narcotics distribution. Like, this is a life sentence. This is a life sentence. This is multiple life sentences. Instead of concurrently, consecutively. That he is, that, I mean, interstate.
Search and destroy. Secure our objective. Do not let your guard down.
Narcotics distribution and other crimes. Okay, they don't even mention all the other crimes. And concealing the commission of such acts. Including through acts of violence.
It's down to you. Finish the mission.
Protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, threats of retaliation against witness the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. Now the next means and methods of the enterprise. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, the defendant, and associates of the Combs
we lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Enterprise include the following. This list of things. Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into
set up a perimeter around the objective. Do not let them reach it.
Force, threats of force, and coercion cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. We first heard about the freak-offs from Cassie. She was saying, I believe there's one that could last like 10 to 12 hours, and it would be a whole week where she would have to engage in sexual acts. She was forced to engage in sexual acts. So again, this is coming, this freak-off information. They have been talking to Cassie. She cannot disclose anything under the NDA.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
She's allowed to do this criminally. So she's not under any protection criminally from what Cassie has to say. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that
switching sides.
Directed masturbate.
Search and destroy.
This thing needs to hit all types of things on YouTube. It is.
Place the charges on the target and destroy it.
He touched himself during an argument. They have the tape. Are we finally going to see? Disregard that. These tapes exist for sure. Because you know he's had cameras in every single room in his house, and he would record.
We're planting at Bravo.
Party and engage in different things, and then he would allegedly
bomb planted. Set containment.
Record these things in different cameras in his house, and then he would allegedly use those recordings to blackmail people and to coerce them into obeying him and not speaking out against him or come against him, and to, I guess, engage in further activity. Because once, you know, listen, if you don't do it, I'm going to expose this about you. I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And a lot of it that is alleged is with, you know, male-on-male action that a lot of men didn't want out. Or, and I didn't want it out, her engaging in this freak-off, which I'm sure there was a lot of depravity.
Round secure. On to the next.
Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported
charges. Blast the
regularly,
target. No mistake.
and sometimes lasting multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak-off, Holmes distributed a variety of controlled substances to the victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Holmes kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. Holmes and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. They have the tapes.
You've got the bomb.
They're saying the tapes exist. They're putting the tapes in here. And again, the IV fluid information that we know.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
So they do have the tapes. Those are evidence now that are going to be used against him. Members and associates of the Holmes enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other
Search and destroy.
facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things,
Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down.
Stop the hotel room in advance with the required freak-off supplies. Lubricant.
Round secure. On to the next.
Oil and lubricant. They had a supply. Cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-off to try to mitigate room
Search
damage.
and destroy.
What were they doing? They damaged the room?
Set up a perimeter around the objective. Do not let them reach it.
Arrangements for travel for victims. To and from freak-offs. Resupplying Combs with requested services. Delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay the commercial sex workers. And scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. In or out March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and
Friendly
Los Angeles,
mosquito active.
California,
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
including narcotics and more than 1,000 pounds of baby oil and lubricant. 1,000 bottles of
Switching sides.
1,000 bottles.
Search and destroy.
They didn't even include how much.
Place the charges on the target and destroy it.
1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Child, how you even? What do you mean with 1,000? Why they need so much baby oil? Oh my! So he was still having. Let's be clear about it, because he's long been done with cavities. So he still has his baby oil and lubricant supply. Most likely what that young Miami bottom of the barrel rapper was engaged in, and now she's trying to play innocent, and I just loved him, and that was daddy. I'm sure he was. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in Combs maintained control over the victims through, among other things,
The round is lost.
promises
Focus
of
on the next
career
one.
opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other provisions, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records. We know this again. This is coming from Cassie because she said
Search and destroy.
her medical records. Controlling their housing.
Use the charges.
and
Blast the
supplying them
target.
with
No
substances.
mistake.
During and separate from among other things, hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. That video that we saw in the hotel.
Hostile mosquito is online.
But it looks like things that actually they are continuing to happen and are going on to this day, allegedly. Assaults often resulted in injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Holmes also threatened victims' career and livelihoods, including if they resisted participating in crimes. Victims believed they could not refuse Holmes' demands without risking their financial or job security, or without being subject to a form of physical or emotional sensitive,
Final minute.
embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during
We
free
lost
golf
that round.
as
Prepare for the next
collateral
one.
to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. That's what we said. That's what we've known. This is what has been alleged all over the place. That again, he will have cameras every single place,
Switching sides.
every single spot in his house, inside and out, so that he
Search
can
and
record
destroy.
these people, allegedly record them in these acts, and then use it
Secure
against
our
them to
objective.
make them
Do
obey
not let your guard down.
and not snitch. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs and security forces, at times on more than one occasion, himself carried or branded and threatened others, including victims of and witnesses. In or about March 2024, during the presidents in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with the face serial numbers.
The
as
round
well
is
as a
lost. Focus on the next
magazine.
one.
Illegal guns. Is he not being charged with that because the serial numbers were scratched off? Sir, why? Why do you have illegal weapons and you're Sean Diddy, P. Diddy, the Diddler?
Search and destroy.
You're allowed to have weapons, right? Like, aren't
Set
you
up a perimeter
your
around the
security?
objective.
Why would
Do
you
not
want
let
those
them breach
scratched
it.
off? What were you doing? A lot of times you have illegal members and associates of the Combs enterprise enabled by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victims' career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the
Hostiles
Combs
deploy the
enterprise at
mosquito.
times witnessed Combs' violence towards the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise help conceal the violence and abuse by, among other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations, such as
1 minute
hotels
remaining.
or Combs residences. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise also assisted Combs in locating and contacting
Enemy
victims
planted at
who
Alpha.
attempted to flee his abuse. When employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threaten Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the
Bomb site is
enterprise
still hot. Move fast.
engaged in acts of violence, threats of financial,
All
reputational
operatives,
harm,
bomb
and
defused.
verbal abuse. These acts of violence
We have secured
include
the field. Mission
kidnapping and
accomplished.
arson. We know that technically Cassie was kidnapped against her will and held. That is considered kidnapping. She was held against her will. Again, there's many more witnesses of many more people, because it can't be just one person and that's just it for the trafficking. No, this is a full thing that has been going on with many different victims that have been involved in this. So we're talking, even though Cassie set it off, and some of these things are from what she said, they're not going to just. It's not just her. They have multiple victims that have come forth, or that they're planning to call as witnesses. I'm not sure at this point, but and it says in addition on the arson. That's what I wanted to bring up. Kid Cudi said that when Cassie fled to his house from the abuse, she was trying to hide from Diddy. He found her. He threatened Kid Cudi and then blew up his car. So that is where I believe the arson is coming from, but we don't know. Maybe there's another arson, something else that's happened. So that tells me that probably Kid Cudi, who did back up Cassie's claims, is a witness in this indictment. In addition, on multiple occasions, Combs threw both objects and people. Wait, what? He threw objects and he threw people? Like picked and threw the person. Okay. As well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. When Combs' authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity, or legal or law enforcement action against him, including in or about late 2023, following public allegations of Combs's crimes. Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs's crime. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. So that they have these phone
Search
recordings
and
of
destroy.
being
Secure our objective. Do not let your guard down.
So they must have these recordings. And again, if you really don't know, the enterprise, they're considering all of Diddy's businesses, the liquor business, the record company, the clothing line, the all of that is
Round secure. On to the next.
the enterprise. Everything that he owned and was associated with is now part of a criminal organization like this mafia. Okay, now we get to the racketeering conspiracy. From
Search and destroy.
or about 2008, through on or about the date of the filing
Set
of
up a
this
perimeter
indictment
around
and
the
subsequent
objective.
to the
Do not let them breach it.
Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown, enterprise described in paragraphs 6 through 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and
You've won that round.
to violate
Get ready for the next one.
racketeering laws of the United States. To wit, Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962C. That is, conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct
Switching
of the
sides.
affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering
Search and destroy.
activity, as the term is defined in Title 18 United
Place the
States
charges
Code,
on the
Section
target and destroy it.
1961-1 and 1961-5, consisting of, here we go. So these are the codes that chargeable under the following provisions of state law. These are California Penal Code 207, kidnapping. California Penal Code 21A 664, attempt. California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. B. Multiple acts involving arson, chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code 451, arson. California Penal Code 21A, 664, attempt. California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. I probably won't keep reading the penal codes because it looks like
Final
multiple acts of involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions listed in the same. Multiple acts, and again, it says multiple. I want to go back. Multiple acts of involving arson. So not just the Kid Cudi incident. There has to be more than just one incident.
Setting device on Bravo.
And then multiple acts of bribery under the California Code. Multiple acts indictable
30
under
seconds
Title
left.
18 United States Code, Section 15, relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. So there's been multiple acts tampering with a witness. E. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Title 18 United States Code, Section 1589 and 2, relating to forced labor. F. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18. I'm not gonna read the sections. This is relating to
Search and
sex
destroy.
trafficking. G. Multiple acts indictable under
Use the
Title
charges.
18
Blast the
United
target.
States Code,
No
Section
mistake.
2421, 2422.
You secured the
and
device.
2, relating to multiple offenses. This is H&M. Multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics. This is. I mean, all of it's bad, but this is. I mean, each on their own. I mean, the sentences are outrageous. You need to look up what is the sentence of this enormous, who that has to do, and look up the possibility of how much you can in prison for each of these. Said within, okay, here it is. Multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, alprazolam, three, 4
1 minute remaining.
4 Brahma, blah blah blah, gamma, some, and ketamine. Okay, I can't even name all the other things. I don't know what the street name is for some of these, but I'm thinking this is, I don't know what these were. I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll look it up after as well. And ketamine. In violation of Title 21 United States Code sections 841A, B1C, B1E, B2, and
30 seconds
846,
remain.
distribution and possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same. And Title 18,
Representing at Bravo.
aiding, abetting, and willfully causing.
Device in place. Countdown started.
It was part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of Combs Enterprise. Notice of special sentencing factor. Ooh. Special sentencing factor. You do not want this on an indictment. You're special. Okay? This is a time
Round secure. On to the next.
from in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of affairs
Switching sides.
through a pattern of racketeering activity.
Search
Sean
and
Combs,
destroy.
the defendant, agreed to in and affecting interstate and
Secure
foreign
our
commerce,
objectives. Do not let your guard down.
entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force,
Enemy
threats
movement
of
in the
force,
AO.
fraud, and coercion, as described in Title 18 United States Code Section 1591 E2, and any combination of such means will be used to cause a person to engage in commercial sex act in violation of Title 18, blah, blah, blah. So this is a special enhancement. So this is an enhancement to the crime that will go to life. To enhance this. Like if you get a hate crime enhancement, that is going, you are now, you may have committed a crime, but then when you have the hate crime on top of it, that is going to make your sentence that much more worse, much longer.
Final minute.
But I believe right now what we're looking at, he is facing life in prison on multiple.
Enemy bomb at Alpha.
Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, victim 1. The grand jury further charges.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
2018 in the Southern District of New York and Sean Combs, the defendant, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce. This is doing the whole thing. Knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained,
Search and
advertised,
destroy.
maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person knowing and in
Set up a
reckless
perimeter
disregard
around the
of
objective.
fact that
Friendly
means of
UAV
force,
online.
threats of force, fraud, or coercion described in Title 15 United States Code Section 1591 E2. And any such means will be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, victim 1, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. The grand jury further charges from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant, knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce
Don't get
on
the
multiple
party.
occasions
Don't get the
with the
game.
intent that they engage in
Brownie,
prostitution.
so take your chain.
Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1963, any and all interest the defendants acquired and maintained in violation of Title 18 United States. Wait. They didn't seize the man's funds. They didn't froze. They didn't seize Diddy's. Okay. Wait. United States Code. Okay, Section 1962. Any and all interest in securities of claims against properties or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, controlled, and conducted, and participated in the conduct of in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962, and any and all property constituting and derived from proceeds obtained directly and indirectly said offense, including but not limited to the sum of money, the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. All of these businesses are now considered part of a criminal organization enterprise since 2008. That means all of his profit from everything that he's got, his properties, any business interest, any money, I believe this is saying this, that all of that now has to be forfeited to the United States government. And again, this is what they want. I don't think it has been forfeited yet, but they will definitely freeze his assets while this is underway, while he goes to trial and pending the outcome. But he's lost everything. This is what this is saying. I believe he's lost everything.
You're clear to engage any and all hostiles.
That's how he had power. That's how he had control. He had those mansions, and I believe he said and all that. But I'm looking at part of the criminal. And we know it's been alleged they were involved in children, or they're going to use that as leverage. I don't think so. Then let's just take a plea deal. I doubt that they sacrifice himself. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Stop camping. Move your fucking ass.
Straight to prison. Okay. Maybe. As a result of committing the offense alleged the defendant shall forfeit to the United States. When you say pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1594, any and all property involved in, used, or intended eliminate, you may leave the island. Any other property of the defendant up to the value of
Enemy
the
fighter here.
forfeitable.
We've lost the lead.
I got your six.
And then could they then go after?
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Took a round. Taking the lead. Behind. Get moving.
And so now if that was sold or transferred to I don't know, but here he don't play. Maybe with I play so yeah, it's like and he's been in multiple life how many years?
Mission failed. Return to base.
Let me see if anyone has it. Let's see. I want to see because this is a lot. So we need to know how much could he be facing? Because I could go through every single one and try to. Okay, they're talking about. Okay, let me show you guys this. Let me share this tab with you guys. You probably not gonna be see it because this is so small. The let me make it bigger. Uh-oh. Can you guys still hear me and see me? Because this thing is saying that that you guys that it stopped sharing. I don't know. But it says it's talking about R. Kelly. It says he's going to appear in court today, Tuesday. It says he is the highest profile person in the music industry to face criminal charges for sexual misconduct since R. Kelly, the R&B singer. Kelly was sentenced to 31 years in prison after being convicted. Okay, but it's not saying how much time he could face. But he's facing multiple lawsuits. Now he has this that he's facing. Why is this showing somebody showing me a weed ad in the ghetto? And so I'm looking here. I gotta find out how. Let me just try this again. Let me see. Let's go back. I'm gonna show you guys this tab instead. We've got to find out how many years is Diddy facing. I am not seeing that yet. I'm not seeing anyone putting it out there. But I would like to. Let me see. I'm just gonna try to click on different things and see if we could just face this. But I know without a doubt this is life in prison. And so, and all of his assets are having to be forfeited. He's going to lose everything. My God, like we were waiting for this to what is happening. Now we see what here's a hold on. Holmes was named in 10th civil lawsuit alleging sexual misconduct. Let me share this tab with you guys. Okay, later that month, the man charged in Tupac Shakur killing. Yeah, because they were saying that he was actually part of allegedly Tupac getting killed. I mean, he's facing it on every single side. But yeah, guys, I wanted to bring you that information while we had it, reading out the full indictment to you guys. Again, I am going to try to. Oh, I got me one more super chat. Thank you so much, Monique, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, I wasn't expecting to go live. I just wanted to, I was actually about to do a video of him being arrested, and then this dropped. But I do believe, guys, he is facing. I mean, if you see in the beginning, for anyone who wasn't here, he is facing, I mean, this is astronomical what he's facing. Those are the allegations. Let me go back down. Let me share this tab. Let me go back down and show you all the criminal indictments just Those are just kind of like the leading up to it, saying what is in the, what evidence or what they plan to charge him with. But here we go. Sorry, this is moving over. Let's count it up real quick. Okay. So it said, so we have A, this is a charge, a multiple acts. So he's going to be charged under several penal codes just in this one act of kidnapping. He's going to be charged with 4. Okay. For multiple acts of arson, he's charged 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me make sure it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 5. All of these are 5. Kidnapping, 5 charges. Arson, 5 different penal codes that has been violated. Bribery, same as 5 different ones. Witness tampering, that's 1. Multiple acts. Again, these multiple acts. So it's not just one act that he just he tampered with a witness, intimidated a witness just one time. No, there's multiple acts under one thing. So we don't know how many this is. We don't actually know how many times multiple acts of bribery. So even though he's violated 5 different penal codes, we don't know how many acts that's going to add up to. Same thing with arson. Same thing with kidnapping. There's multiple acts in each count. Multiple acts, again, under one thing of forced labor, multiple acts of sex trafficking, multiple acts of transportation inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution or other illegal sexual activities. Multiple offenses. Guys, this is a life sentence right here alone. Multiple offenses involving the possession of intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including, look how many: cocaine, oxycodone, prazolam, 3,4-methylazopamine, whatever, 4-bromo, blah, 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 gamma something acid, and ketamine. So then look at how many sections that he's violated. This is violated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penal codes. Then when it gets to the distribution, that's part of distribution. Then Title 18, Section 2, he also was aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. Again, multiple offenses, drug offenses of all these drugs, and multiple penal codes that have been violated, that have been broken. And then it's talking about the conspiracy, because racketeering has to have a conspiracy component to it. So yeah, the diddler is done. It's lights out for him, guys. Thank you, Monique. Again, it says, hope they do him like he forced others to do and some. He's gonna be in that he actually may like that, let's be honest. From what we've heard, he likes, he likes a little backdoor, little buckshot, little Brokeback Mountain. Diddy loves to be broke. He likes to be on that Brokeback Mountain. So then he has, oh guys, I'm sorry, I forgot. He has they didn't include gun charges, although the serial numbers on his AR-15s were scratched off. So that's interesting, right? But buck broken. The United States government will buck break you. That's what he did to others. This is what's happening to him. It's gonna be Brokeback Trans Mountain wherever he's going, because I don't know. That's it. And I'm interested, his attorney. Let me just show you what his attorney's trying to say. Let's look and see if he has anything. Actually, let's go to Instagram and see if he posted anything. Let me look up Diddy. I'm gonna show you guys in a second, because he claiming they hurting a black man. Oh, okay. Y'all don't look how many things I haven't read, but let me show you this. Look, all he has now, he had all this stuff up, all his old photos, and he had, for a while, since Cassie came out with the lawsuit last November, he was mostly posting his kids, especially his youngest daughter, Love. 7 weeks ago, Forever Love. So he just has that up. And then he has his one daughter, Chance. Why doesn't he have his twins, his girls, his twins, or his sons? Have they turned on him? Because it's alleged that Diddy had the twins' mother and his people not believe the oldest son is his biological son. I mean, the older two, one is adopted. The second one, people don't believe that's his son, but the one we know is his son, King Combs, that actually had his own lawsuit thrown against him for sexual battery or something along those lines, allegedly. And those were the two that were taken out the house, handcuffed, and then their mother and all these people. Oh, they're just young men. They blah blah. These are grown men. One of them is 30 years old. Stop. These are grown men. But it's alleged that King Combs and his twin daughters, right, that their mother, Kim Porter, was killed by Diddy. This is what has been alleged. She died suddenly, randomly of pneumonia. It was just very bizarre. She was a healthy woman, but it was also said that she was writing a tell-all about Diddy and all the abuse and all the things that had happened to her, and that betrayal caused her for her to be taken out by him. This is allegedly. I don't have any proof of that. We will see what comes out. But he only has this daughter. That's her as a child, and her there. Now, while Kim Porter was pregnant with the twins, or either this, I think she's maybe a little older than him or a little younger, but they're all the same age. So he had two women pregnant at the same time. She came out of that. And this girl, this baby, she just was born with a new woman and all of that. So I am very confused. So he doesn't have anything on here. Other than that, if his kids turned against him, guys, because of what happened with their mother and or for another reason, that will be interesting. So these are his only two loyal children now. Okay. Let's see what else. I'm gonna show you guys what his lawyer had to say. It was just a bunch of foolishness. The statement, because again, he's just a black man and they are trying to take him down because he's black. And this is a loss for the black community. We do not claim you, sir. None of us claim you. You for the streets, okay? You do not, we are not, you're a rich man who is a degenerate, and we do not know you. So it says here, okay, let me see if they have his statement. And if you guys didn't know, there were 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant found in the raid on his home. Okay, here it is, a statement. Let me get the statement. It's on, okay, it's going to be on Twitter. Oh no, they're not giving me these people. Okay, oh, here it is. Okay. We are disappointed in the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the United States Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the black community. He's been uplifting our community. How? Like, I need details, sir, notes. Like, you're not going to just make claims that you've uplifted us, because you haven't. Let me make sure YouTube still has this going, because I'm talking about some spicy stuff in this live stream, and YouTube does not like the spice. Here it is. His lawyer added, he is an imperfect person, but he is not a criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. Here it is. Now they're talking about his apology. So again, he's mentioning the black community and all that. Now he's supposed to be in court this morning. Let me just see, because let's see if we have anything with him in court yet. The Southern District of New York does not live stream, unfortunately. I don't believe they do. They don't live stream. So we're going to, in order to see it, I don't know, we're going to have to wait until everything comes out before we can actually, see if he actually is going to get bond. Based on these charges, I don't think he's eligible for bond. I think he's going to have to be taken in. And especially since his homes are part of the enterprise and the profit that he made from that enterprise. Like, I don't. I mean, he is. These charges are outrageous. He is going to be locked up. Like, if he makes bond, that would be insane. I don't know how anybody, how they would do this. It's just we're talking about, they talking about internationally he was sex trafficking. We're talking about multiple drug charges. We're talking about violence, coercion, and racketeering. Again, and witness intimidation. This man is not eligible to be on the street because of these types of crimes. That is my belief. But guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna get some more information, keep digging into this, but I wanted to read that whole indictment. If you didn't see it, make sure you look back at this. I read the entire indictment, so you guys have that, know what he was charged with. This is lights out for him. Diddy's life is over. His money has been seized by the United States. His properties, his companies, everything is being seized by the United States. And yeah, I hope it was worth it, Diddler. Yeah. Guys, leave a comment. Let me know what you think. And I will see you on the next one. Bye.
You create a company that's like close to being a fascist, and then like,
okay, how am I?
Sorry.
Let's go through this. How am I a fascist?
Dude, like
Can you name one thing I believe that's fascist?
You believe that like you on.
Don't boo him. Let him think.
But
I'm such a bad fascist. I let the people who disagree in open mic to talk to me for 2 hours uninterrupted.
Okay.
I'm an awful fascist. I'm more like a free speech liberal of the 1970s, not a fascist.
But I just want to say Turning Point USA is a evil company that was funded by thousands of fracking companies, and that just...
No, it's not thousands, but we do have some frackers that give us money. But
and then all it is making the rich more rich.
Fascism to fracking.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Okay, again, I'm happy to have a debate. I can see you're getting kind of fired up.
I'm sorry.
So, but why are we evil? Like, we're having a nice discussion.
Because
all of a sudden you're calling me like a fascist.
It seems like you just want the rich get even more rich. Like,
we haven't talked about the rich at all. I mean, so you don't even know my positions on this stuff at all. And by the way, just so we're clear, the wealthiest counties in the country all vote for Democrats. You know that, right? 8 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in the country vote for Democrats. The wealthiest people, absent Elon Musk, are all on the left. Jeff Bezos, George Soros, Mark Benioff, Mark Zuckerberg, Laureen Powell Jobs. On the left, yes. The richer you are, the more likely you are to be a Democrat and on the left.
Explain it to me, please.
The numbers speak for itself. The Democrats are the party of the oligarchy. Can you name one tech CEO outside of Elon Musk that is a conservative?
I personally think Peter Thiel.
Yeah, that's one. That's one. Larry Page, Google, on the left, worth $120 billion. Sergey Brin, Google, $130 billion on the left. Laureen Powell Jobs, Mackenzie Bezos, Jeff Bezos.
If they're on the left, what has they done that was like quote unquote to do the left stuff?
Well, okay, so Larry Page gives money to left-wing NGOs all the time.
Like, if you're on the left, I don't think you will ever be this rich.
Well, they are. You know why? Because the left
they're not.
No,
because they're not.
The left is a scam. The left uses
How is this?
Let me tell you why. It's a good question, actually. The left uses people like you that think that, oh, we're going to fight the rich. Well, they protect their oligarchy. While you guys have to keep on working hard and never own anything, when we conservatives are the ones that actually want to restore the American middle class and bring jobs back to this country.
How would you restore?
Let me finish. The left uses people like you every day, and they use people on you by the trans thing, the abortion thing. Keep voting for us because the fascists are going to take your rights away. When who's funding the left? The richest people. George Soros. Do you know who George Soros is?
Who is funding? Dude, I have never seen a leftist organization come to campus spreading their propagandas.
Well, because the whole university is a leftist organization spreading propaganda.
It's liberal. There is a clear-cut difference between a leftist and a liberal. Please make that
You're coming after this in a good way because I'll just say Democrat politics, okay?
Okay.
Almost every major, powerful, wealthy person in the country, over $100 billion in net worth, with the exception of one person, Elon Musk, is on the cultural left and gives money to the left. Mark Zuckerberg gave $400 million in the 2020 election to help get Joe Biden reelected through the Center for Technology and Civic Life. Mackenzie Bezos.
That helps his case, obviously. He would donate money to his...
Oh, okay, but hold on. One second. Mackenzie Bezos with $45 billion, major Biden backer. Laurene Powell Jobs worth $20 billion. Steve Jobs' widow, one of the most radical left-wingers in the Emerson Collective. Mark Benioff from Salesforce worth $12 billion. One of the most radical left-wing guys that you'll see out there. The eBay guy, Omador, one radical left-wing. It's so important for you on the left. You guys are being scammed and gamed because they talk a good game about building the middle class, but it is not the party of democracy. It's the party of oligarchy. And you can go fact check me tonight, and you might actually have cognitive dissonance. Type in this: wealthiest counties in the country. They almost all vote for Joe Biden. Who gives the most political donations to the left? All the wealthy people. Go look up the top billionaires on the Forbes list, the top 100. Only about 10 of them give the Republican, the other 80 give the Democrat, the other 10 don't give it all. It is mind-blowing when you realize the shift in power the last 10 years. Republicans used to be the party of the rich. You know what changed? We nominated a class traitor as our nominee, Donald Trump. As soon as Donald Trump became our nominee, all the billionaires said, we don't want him anymore. He talks about things we don't like. He wants to end the wars, close the border, bring jobs back to this country. We want to keep on supporting a political party that doesn't want any of that stuff. Explain to me how Joe Biden represents the working class in this country. He doesn't.
He very much supports the unions.
It's a oh, hold on a second. The union or the union bosses? Big difference. The union bosses supporting the rank and file love Trump. The UAW loved Trump more than Biden. The carpenters union loved Trump more than Biden. The police union. The point is this, is that the Democrat Party, they are sitting on a house of cards of young activists that truly want to go like crush the rich. And there is some truth to that. Like there's a very rich oligarchy in this country that remains rich and stays rich off of gaming government systems and public policy. And you guys give them a free pass because you think that we're fascists when in reality, we're the ones that are actually fighting to destroy the oligarchy the most.
All right, last question.
Last point. Yeah.
Last question. Let's say, so you do want to fight for the American middle class, and
that's
how?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
How does freer the market like helps with the middle
again,
class?
I want precision in free markets, but
How does free market support the middle class?
Again, I'm not puritanical, but I think that generally more choices are a good thing. I think that generally supporting entrepreneurs is positive, but I think that mass immigration is really bad for American workers.
There's no mass immigration.
Well, first of all, how many people are? Wow. Well, you're right. There is mass invasion, but how many people are coming across the southern border every day?
I don't know, but like
no, I'm
not
actually genuinely curious. Can you guess?
Okay. On what time frame?
Every day.
Every day. 500?
Yeah. It's at its low point. It's at 10,000 right now. It was 15,000 last month. So what does that annualize? Let's play that out.
A lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So that's mass immigration, right? How many green cards do we give out every year?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, a lot. About 1.2 million.
Well,
right?
what's wrong with giving out green cards?
I'm not saying anything wrong. No, you said there's no mass migration. So I'm just trying to tell you, we do have mass migration, right? We have 3 million on the southern border, and then we have 1 million green cards, right? That's 4 million a year, right? Which is basically bigger than most U.S. states. Now, everything comes with a cost. When you have mass migration, you're going to get lower wages. But that means you're going to disenfranchise American workers. What, are you studying computer science?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you're an American born, I'm guessing, American raised? I don't want to assume.
I wasn't, but
okay.
I moved to the U.S.
Okay, well, you're an American now, I guess. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I am.
Student visa? Okay, you're going to now have to compete. You're kind of proving my point, but that's a separate issue. You're now going to have to compete against foreign labor for your computer science jobs. I think we have a moral obligation to American-born workers to give them preference and priority and restrict the labor supply so that our computer science majors can have higher wages, not to have suppressed wages so some tech CEO can bring in a bunch of Indians and suppress their, no, nothing against Indians, but just, bring down their wages.
Personally, I just think that, like, if you came to America and then receive a green card, I think you get to work however you want. Like,
okay, I think that American-born citizens
and then
should
there shouldn't be a priority because they're American citizens.
Well, that's where we're different.
Citizen.
I actually think you must have a priority to your own citizens, or else you don't have a government. You have something else. If you don't have a priority to your own people, I don't know what you have. You have a colony, not a country. You're just a big economy, and that's fine if that's your position. By the way, your position is held by the ruling elite. Where I think that we should have a country, not just a colony, where the American-born citizens should be given preference over foreigners. Nothing against foreigners. I think they're nice people, but the Americans should be given first preference. And by the way, any sane country believes that. We're like the only country in the world that says, and certain European countries, come on in and take whatever you want. So let me ask you a question. So in the CRT literature, what do they think of white people or whiteness?
Who would you like me to quote?
Kimberly Crenshaw.
I haven't read Kimberly Crenshaw
She says that
yet.
whiteness is a cancer or a toxin on our society.
The concept of whiteness, the racial concept of whiteness.
Okay, so what is whiteness?
What is whiteness?
Yeah, define it.
As Kimberly Crenshaw would probably say, the sort of construction of privilege that comes with being white in this country.
Right. So what privilege do you and I as white people have that black people don't have?
Yeah, great question. On applications that are blindly judged, white-sounding names are often given the job more, they're paid more.
Not true. In fact, it's the opposite. There's black privilege right now. It's called affirmative action, where underqualified blacks are taking Asians and white people's places in universities across the country. True or false?
True.
Okay, so yeah, there's black privilege, not white privilege
I
in this
actually
country.
don't think affirmative action is how we address education inequality.
Okay, well that affirmative action is still largely supported by the CRT regime. But let's get back to CRT, to the essence of it.
Sure.
CRT believes in one manifestation of its ideology is black-only dormitories. So white people are not allowed. Do you believe in black-only dormitories?
No, and I don't have to agree
Okay.
with
No,
every
you're
aspect
being
of an
fair.
ideology
Fine.
to argue for it.
So then what part of CRT do you like? Because they call whiteness a toxin, black-only dormitories, and if you want to talk about like ideological or intellectual sloppiness, the 1619 Project was...
I think it's very sloppy.
Okay, we agree. Nicole Hannah-Jones.
I think it's overstated, and I think some
You're
parts
being
are
fair.
inaccurate.
Okay, good.
The parts of CRT that I think are most relevant and, very factually, you can, what am I trying to say? There's a lot of evidence for them, is the fact that previous inequalities, such as the institution of slavery, such as our treatment of Native Americans, do in fact affect those populations today. And you were saying before, in, inner cities, there's a lot more crime. And a lot of that is because of redlining and other, practices that come directly from the mistreatment of minorities previously in this country.
So I want to make sure I understand. So black people make up 13% of the American population.
Oh, 1350, my favorite.
Yes, exactly. Why do they commit 55% of all the murders?
Super great question. It's basically a very complex intersection of race and economic status. It's pretty well known that minority people tend to be in a lower economic status because of discrimination that they face.
So then why don't poor Asians commit a lot of murders?
Also a great question. Asian people weren't originally brought to America on purpose like black people, and they weren't already present here like natives.
Wait, so
I'm not finished, please.
so blacks murder because they were brought here 250 years ago?
No, I would like to finish.
Okay, just answer. It's very simple.
I am answering.
No, I know, but you're not really. You're
I am. Asian Americans predominantly immigrate here for work reasons. They come from already wealthy countries. They're already wealthy when they get here. Crime is committed primarily by
First of all,
poorer
that's not
people.
true. Talk to anybody from who's Vietnamese? Anybody? Did your family come here wealthy? No. Yes
Not
and
wealthy,
no. Okay.
but not.
Yes
I'm not
or
saying
no?
they come
No.
here. Okay.
The average Vietnamese does not come here wealthy.
I'm not. Okay. I perhaps misspoke. Not wealthy, but a lot of the. You complain about it all the time. A lot of the immigration from countries that border us, right? It's sort of desperate people who are of a lower economic status, right? And they're coming here for a better life.
So two things. Number one, there's been more blacks that have legally immigrated to this country in the last 30 years than were ever brought as slaves. That's number one. Number two, you still haven't answered the question.
I'm trying to.
Why?
It's a complicated answer.
Black people are only 13% of the population, yet they commit 55% of the murders. Why?
Because black people tend to be in lower economic statuses because of
Okay, no, this
CRT,
is fine. This is great.
Basically.
So you think that poverty equals crime?
I think that it's highly correlated, and there's a lot of studies
This is where
on
we
that.
disagree. What an insult to the working poor of this country.
So why do you think black people commit more crime,
Well, first
Charlie
of all,
Kirk?
let me ask you a question as
No,
my
answer it. Go on.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So that's why you
80% of
think it is.
blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a murderer or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not
you
a
think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that they have
why-
impregnated.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that happens more in the black community compared to others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community, and it
so
shouldn't
it's
be.
culture. Okay, okay.
Don't take my
I
word
see.
for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home. 75%. Is that a bigger problem or not a bigger problem than whiteness, white privilege, or white supremacy? How
They
can
should
you
all
blame?
be addressed, and they're all related.
Okay, how is a white person to blame for the fact that 75% of blacks?
Oh, individual white people aren't at all to blame.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah.
So, but wouldn't it be more like smart to be like, hey, that this is not about systemic racism. Like, stop impregnating your women and abandoning them.
Well, the way to incentivize not impregnating women and abandoning them is increasing access to healthcare, into housing, into everything that we know increases
so we've
those
done
outcomes
that.
for people.
So we have spent $30 trillion on the social welfare system since 1965. Black people are poorer, and the single motherhood went from 25% to now 75 to 80%. So the more money we've spent on black America, the less fathers we have, because black women divorced black men and married the government.
And do you think that's a problem inherent to black people?
No, it's not. It's happening now in white communities and Hispanic communities. It's just the worst in black America.
And why do you think that is?
Why is it the worst in black America? There's also a cultural problem. There is, and we have to be honest about
it's just that black people are
No,
sort
let me
of
ask you a question.
like that,
The
in your
average
opinion.
music that a black person in Compton is listening to, is it about contemplating the good, the true, and the beautiful, or is it about being a gangbanger and trying to get as much money and sleep with about as many girls as you can?
I would actually like to think I would be offended by that.
Do you think
If
the average
if I listened
black
to
kid in
rap-
Compton is listening to Beethoven or some sort of gangster rap music that glorifies gangster culture?
Silly question. Rap wasn't created to glorify gangster culture. So even though there is
Okay,
rap,
I mean,
I'm sure
you're not
that's
answering.
doing
You're
that.
dodging the question because.
Okay, I'm sure they're listening to rap.
Okay.
So you think
there
rap
go.
music makes them
No,
leave
I'm
their
not.
mom?
Do you think the cultural expectation in black America is that you stay with the woman that you impregnate?
Within black communities, I can't speak on that.
Okay, the answer is no. It's not. It's not expected.
Okay, and do you think that
hold on, in white Anglo-Saxon Protestant communities,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
fact. Hold on. In upper middle class white communities,
Upper middle class. Say that part louder.
yeah, upper middle class white Anglo-Saxon Protestant communities, if you impregnate a woman, you are looked down upon and we do not think highly of you if you abandon the woman that you impregnate. That's a cultural difference. Has nothing to do with money. Has nothing to do with anything except norms. And the norms that have infected black America are destroying it from within. We need more fathers, not less. We need more dads around and less drag queen story hour. We need more young blacks to be able to look up to role models that are not leaving all the time and are not just saying, hey, I impregnated her, so be it. It's a toxin, and if we don't address that as the root cause, it's white supremacy, it's injustice, it's economics, we're dancing around the core of the issue.
I guess what I'm saying is, right, and you've perfectly actually laid out the dichotomy here. It is a fact, obviously, that black people disproportionately commit crime in this country. No one's arguing that. But you either believe that that is due to a complex intersection of social, economic, and like leftover effects from previous inequalities, or you believe that that is an inherent trait to the race.
No, I don't, because they weren't that way in the 1940s and 50s. Black America was one of the most peaceful, flourishing, fastest growing economically communities in the country. It's not genetic. You're trying to point something on me that I don't believe. Instead,
But then
Black
you do
America,
believe that it's
hold
not
on.
genetic, so you do think CRT is correct.
Hold on a second.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
In the 1940s and 1950s, Black America was prosperous and was on pace to be richer and wealthier than white America. More dads were staying with the women that they were with. There was monogamy. What changed?
You're
What-
supporting my argument.
No, hold on. But answer the question. What changed? Did America get more racist since the 1950s?
I would argue there were more racist policies passed. There were more
Hold on a
policies
second.
dedicated
In
to
the
lining
in the
off those communities
1950s,
and pushing them into poor housing and poor schools.
Wait a second. In the 1950s, Jackie Robinson had not even broken the color barrier. We had Jim Crow laws. We hadn't passed the Civil Rights Act, and we hadn't passed the Voting Rights Act. Yet blacks were better in the 1950s per capita than they are today. So we have become less racist. We've passed more anti-racist laws and given more stuff, and blacks are worse than they were 70 years ago.
Yeah.
Why?
So you're equating here institutional and social racism. Social racism was certainly worse in the 1950s. I'm sure everyone would agree. But institutional racism occurs when policies are
Hold on.
passed
We had-
against people,
Come on,
which can increase
you're-
over time, and it did.
You're not being intellectually honest. You know that. There was black-only drinking fountains in the 1950s. We don't have those anymore. Well, we're bringing them back with, black-only dormitories. But we had, for example, in the antebellum South in the 1950s, we had white-only communities. By law, we got rid of that with the Civil Rights Act. But it didn't. Unfortunately, we look around. The numbers speak for themselves. Black youth are less likely to have fathers. They're not doing as well as far as economically. They commit more crimes. So something changed. And our argument is what changed is three things. Number one, the imposition of the Great Society Project by Lyndon Baines Johnson of spending $30 trillion since 1960s on Section 8 housing, on welfare, on all sorts, where, as I said, that young black women married the government and they divorced young black men. And then we also have had as Thomas Sowell and as Clarence Thomas would say, the soft bigotry of low expectations. And we have been afraid to get to the root of the issue or even speak about it because we don't want to be called a racist.
So what is imposing those low expectations?
Part of it is like white academic culture. I'll give you an example. I'm not saying you believe this, but Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States, has come out and said having an ID to vote is racist. That is code for saying black people are too dumb to get a voter ID.
You're doing it again. You're simplifying a very nuanced, complex argument from the real people who are making it.
Is voter ID racist?
Obviously not, Charlie.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to know where the argument comes from? I can eloquently tell you.
Eloquently tell me why voter ID is racist or whatever.
Certain policies in southern states were proposed that would, I think the quote from the person who decided the case was, with surgical precision, target the times where black people were voting and make it illegal or harder for them to get that to come at that time. And then they were targeting the type of ID that black voters had and making that specific type of ID illegal. That is racist.
Perfectly fair. How does that impact today, saying that every citizen, if you need an ID to vote, just that aside, why is it racist?
Because we have to have, obviously humans are making those decisions, right? And so if there is still institutional racism and people in power that are racist, we can't trust those institutions to make those decisions without discriminating against people.
What institutional racism do we have in this country right now?
What you just named it.
What?
1350.
Okay, well, I mean,
affirmative action needs to happen because there is not that many minorities in these higher educations or higher education institutions.
Okay, so you're being clear, which is then you lower standards.
No.
Affirmative action always does. Affirmative action lowers standards by definition.
I'm saying why affirmative action was introduced. I'm not arguing for it.
Were you asking me why it was introduced, or?
No, I'm saying you agree that's why it was introduced.
Well, I agree why it was. I don't think it ever should have been, but yes.
Right,
I mean,
but there is institutional inequality, yes?
Well, I wouldn't even use the word inequality. I mean, I don't love looking at it that way, but of course, white people generally are richer than black people in this country.
Richer and more represented in politics and schools, yes?
Somewhat yes and no.
Why do you think that is, Charlie?
Well, hold on a second. Let's ask the question here. Represented how? So, I mean...
Look at Congressman.
So, no, hold on a second. Are white people represented fairly in the National Basketball Association?
Who cares? What political power does the
we're all
national...
about fair representation.
Listen.
I think that it should, by law, half of the NBA should be white.
Great, fine.
And the product would suck.
Lobby for it.
Because
I don't
blacks
care.
are much better at basketball than we whites are.
What political power does the NBA have?
A lot, actually. The NBA reaches millions of people every day. They have slogans that people internalize. In fact, if the NBA had no political power, why would they have to wear Black Lives Matter on all their jerseys? Why would politicians try to get their endorsements all the time? The NBA is more powerful than Congress in some ways of shaping the minds.
I think it's your turn to be academically dishonest.
Hold on a second. No.
Sure.
But if you want fair representation, just to be clear, then why would you not be against whites by law being half of the National Basketball Association? Right now, black people make up 88% of the NBA.
Do it, great. Who cares?
No,
I don't care. I'm saying,
okay.
Right, so here's my point.
All right, fine. I have a shot, everybody.
Please listen.
I could play for the Lakers.
I hope. Do it, Charlie. I'll come to your games. I'll do it.
The point is this, is that merit should triumph over all of it.
Which is awesome. Okay, so merit should triumph. We agree.
Okay.
Okay, Charlie, do you think black people are not as smart or competent as white people?
No.
Perfect. So they should, in theory, then, be equally represented
No,
in
they
positions
no,
of
but no, hold
power.
on. Let me. So, have you ever read *Discrimination and Disparities* by Thomas Sowell?
Do you only read Thomas Sowell? You've quoted him like 3 times. I haven't read
no,
that.
I read a lot more than Thomas Sowell, but I'm happy to. Thomas Sowell's the only intellectual with the courage to go after like these core issues of why Black America has fallen behind and why no one actually has studied it. So let's just give a great example. When you don't have a father in the home, the amount of words that a child hears goes down by 60 to 70%. The amount of words that a child, I don't know if you're a mother or not, or,
No.
or plan to be. Okay, no, just it's an important point. The amount of words that an 18-month-year-old hears is highly predictive of IQ, verbal development. Okay, so that's simple. When you don't have a dad in the home, the mom is overwhelmed, and there's just less interaction with the child.
That's all fine.
Okay, so we agree. I'm just saying that's not because of
As in
racism.
that's true.
No,
Obviously,
that's
I'm
fine.
not saying that's good.
No, she, I know what you meant. But you have a father in the home. All of a sudden, they hear thousands of more words a day, and they're like way further ahead of a single mother raising a child. That's not racism.
Okay, so dads are good. Yes, great.
Okay.
What my question to
I'm saying
you
dads
is,
actually answer most of the questions that you might have about why Black America is falling behind.
Okay, but
because their dads don't stay around, and that's
I'm trying
bad.
to sort of get
Go
you to
ahead.
reconcile your own beliefs. And if that's true, which is fine, that's true. We can say that's true. You either believe that has social and economic causes, or you believe that, oh, Black culture's just worse.
No,
and there
I
isn't
think that
another thing to think.
No, I
Those
was
are your
very
options.
clear. Right now, Black culture is being held captive by influences, songs,
Which
and role models.
influences?
I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old Black girls. I don't. I don't think that songs that are talking about like glorifying wet female genitalia is exactly. I don't know which one wrote that song. Which one was it?
I think it was Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but but by the way, the role models of the 1940s and 50s for Black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? It's what values are they putting forward? It's the question of every day. For example, more times than not, Black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old Black kid if you just find that you hear that everything is rigged against you? Instead, they should be saying, hey, there might be some barriers, but if you believe in yourself enough, you can achieve in this country. It creates a form of social conditioning of low expectations, and that's not my argument. You know whose argument that is? Barack Obama's.
I don't necessarily agree with everything you said either, man.
Barack Obama said, number one, we need more fathers in the home. This is when Barack Obama didn't go super
Obama's
woke.
a liberal. I don't care what he's got to say.
Okay, but Barack Obama then secondly, he said that we can't keep telling our Black youth that you can't succeed in this country. Anybody can succeed in this country. And Obama was right when he said that. Obama was correct when he said that we need to change the story we're telling Black America.
Which is fine. I've never heard any teacher look at a Black person and say, oh, you can't succeed because of racism.
Hold
Good
on
luck,
a second.
though.
But
Like,
what is the embedded message of all the propaganda saying it's systemically racist, you're going to run into racist employers, that they're going to discriminate against you? It creates this heaviness of why even try?
By the time college
Everything's
students
rigged.
get to college, they've experienced all that. They don't need to be told.
You think that the average? I'm curious. You think that the average Black student at this university experiences like active daily racism? I'd be curious.
I'd have to ask. You
okay.
can ask them to
I
raise
don't know.
their hand
I
if
don't know.
you'd like.
Maybe it's true. Maybe it's as bad as it was in the antebellum South. So
I'm not saying that, obviously.
Okay.
I did say
Fine.
social racism improved. I'm
Okay,
saying
to be
institutional
clear.
racism is still present, and that's what's causing lower outcomes for minority communities.
Do you think the reason why only 20 to 25%, it depends, we don't know the number, it's just a range per year.
Sure.
So 1 in 4 of Black youth have a stable father around. What would you just say is the big, why is that the reason?
A complex intersection of social and economic reasons, which are outlined in CRT.
Okay. Thank you for the dialogue. Thank you.
Okay.
How do you feel about like the current state of the economy and this whole theory of like immaculate disinflation? If you're familiar with the term.
Say that again.
Immaculate disinflation.
Well, we're not living through that.
Okay.
But
yeah.
Yes.
And where's your proof that we aren't exactly?
Are you talking disinflation?
Yes.
That we actually we're not seeing a surge in prices?
No, disinflation means the inflation rate is decreasing over time.
Well, so there is some evidence to show that for example, televisions, iPhones.
Specific products. That's not an illustration of all inflation, though.
No, I was gonna agree with you that.
Okay.
But if you just go to a grocery store, eggs are far more expensive than they were 2 years ago. You don't have to overthink it. I mean, the college degree here at this university, what is it per year, guys?
30,000.
How much?
That's without.
They've been
10 in state, 30,000 out of state. Yeah, 10 years ago, I bet it was 18,000 out of state, right? So
yes, but they've been trying to raise the Cal State tuition for quite some time, even before inflation spiked to its current levels or previous levels about a year ago. They've just been delaying it for quite some time. So
yeah,
it's not
I mean,
exactly.
We're living through a decades-long inflation surge, and the best evidence you could see it either in the artificial boosting of profit-to-earning ratios. Go ahead.
Even during like Trump's administration, inflation was actually quite low. So that's not.
No, it was low then, but
true.
it's not low right now.
Yes, but why was it low then? Would you say?
Well, because we had economic growth, and we weren't borrowing $2 to $3 trillion a year.
We actually were. We were borrowing quite a bit of money.
We were borrowing about $1 trillion a year.
Still quite a bit.
So we're borrowing about triple that right now.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
I mean, I think that's how the math works
so
out.
triple in the law of big numbers is a big deal. So borrowing $800 billion, not excusable. Borrowing $2.5 trillion, morally reprehensible.
Morally, why exactly morally is there a distinction between 1 and 3 trillion? Very arbitrary.
Because everyone here is going to have to pay off that debt, and that dollar that you think is going to have value is decreasing by the day. Whether you're pro-choice or Democrat.
But inflation is something that's going to occur no matter what. Sorry.
Can I finish? Okay.
I apologize.
It's okay. Inflation is not a guaranteed human norm. That's not true, but I'll get to that in a second. Every single person here, it will be harder than ever for you to own a home. So inflation is immoral because you're going to enter into a housing market where everything costs 3 times as much in the housing market than it did a decade ago. You will not be able to afford a down payment, let alone even be able to build the capital necessary for other goods and services that you might want to build wealth. And you know who does benefit is your parents' generation and baby boomers, no offense, that do own their assets and you won't. And so, secondly, inflation is a choice. It's not built into the human experience.
The human experience, sure, but the economic system, especially a capitalist economic system, it definitely is. How would you try to achieve 0% inflation?
0% inflation?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want 0% inflation.
So then it is built in.
Inflation.
And it isn't necessarily evil.
No, I said I wouldn't want it. Okay. Moderate inflation is good for money velocity and for growth.
Yes.
But you need to manage that versus the growth rate, right? So this goes back to Milton Friedman's idea of the Chicago monetarism. You can laugh all you want.
Friedman? Yeah, all right. Okay.
What's so funny about Milton Friedman? The fact he's the greatest economist of the 20th century, or
qualify? That's I don't know. I wouldn't say he's exactly that.
So you're more like a John Maynard Keynes guy. So yeah.
Not necessarily. Okay, no. I just take a more broad approach than.
So we don't
Friedman.
need to have a central bank. We do have a central bank.
Okay. Bold claim. I'll follow you though. You
don't need to have a central bank.
I used to be very against the Federal Reserve as well.
Okay, I'm just saying you don't need to have one, but we choose to have one. The central bank has been overly politicized to try to stop, let's just say, natural economic cycles from occurring. Both administrations, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, have leaned on the central bank to use cheap money as a way to try to keep the good times flowing and the good times going.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's definitely for sure.
So we don't agree. Well, we don't disagree.
Yeah, but here's the other thing I would say.
I gotta say, your protesters are kind of weak here, guys. I expected more out of them, right?
They didn't seem to have the energy to get
I
off
know.
in
I
front.
thought they'd have more, Yeah, I like it. Please keep going, yeah.
I will say, though, going back to the mortgage rates, as you were saying, I would say that probably has a lot more to do with private equity buying up homes than the inflation rate.
Well, hold on. There's 2 parts to that. I'm not talking just about mortgage. Interest rates are up. I'm talking about just the asset price itself.
That too. I would say it's a lot more related to private equity buying up homes.
But why is private equity doing that? Because they have so much cheap money that we put into the system, they don't know what to do with it. Now, I think we could agree, actually, there should be laws against BlackRock coming in and buying single-family homes and renting them back. You should not be a society of renters. It's bad for society.
Yes.
So we can agree on that. I say that as a conservative. It's bad for the human experience and for generational flourishing. But when you open up the guzzle of cheap money, which we have done, especially post-COVID, there's a price to that. And the price is that your currency gets weaker. And we're seeing that right now.
Yes. So would you say that it was actually necessary in order to get out of the huge recession we experienced during the pandemic,
No, I think we should have just opened up the economy. We never should have locked down the country. So we never should have borrowed the $6 trillion. We never should have done the stimulus stuff. It
So-
hurt every single one of you. It increased suicide rates, depression, anxiety, fiscal problems, economic problems, political problems.
I could definitely agree with that to some extent. But would you say even in say 2009, lowering the interest rates to zero in that sense was that?
Well, we didn't go to
necessary?
zero. We didn't. We went down,
Well,
believe it or
okay.
not. We went to like 5%. COVID, we went to like near zero.
Yes.
But no, I have a contrarian view on 2008. I think we should have let the banks fail.
Ooh,
And
okay.
I think we should have. I think we actually should have allowed the market to solve it, not to
Okay.
have socialism for the rich and
You know what? Yes.
brutal capitalism for the working
I
class.
totally agree with that.
Okay, so
totally agree with
I
that.
think that Wells Fargo, Goldman, I think that Lehman and the big banks that failed should have had to actually climb themselves out, or you destroyed a moral hazard.
Yeah.
Is what you did, and 0 executives went to prison. I agree
Okay,
with Elizabeth
yeah.
Warren on this. None of these robber barons that did what they did in 08 served federal prison time. Meanwhile, and I will use a political statement to contrast it, grandmas that went into the Capitol on January 6th and took selfie videos are in federal prison. You ask me who's a bigger threat to democracy? Wall Street executives that bankrupted our economy
Yeah.
in 2008
Oh,
are a
of
bigger
course,
threat to our
of
country
course.
than people
Now-
that walked into the Capitol building and took a selfie.
Now let me ask you this. I don't know if my memory served me correctly, but who was? Did Steve Mnuchin serve under the Trump administration?
Yeah, he was from government sacks.
Did he serve under the Trump administration?
That's right. Yeah.
So why would Trump invite someone like that who should probably be in federal prison into his administration?
I have a lot of personnel disagreements. I love Trump, but I think
You
some
love
of-
Trump?
Love Trump.
Why would you love? Why would? So
do we love Trump, everybody?
So to ask a broader question, why would you love any politician? They have a job to do. Why be emotionally
So,
attached
I
in
he
that
happens
sense?
to, and I don't say this like lightly. I do have a friendship with him. I've gotten to know him over a couple of years.
Okay.
So, and I also
Disclosing bias. Disclosing bias. Okay.
100% biased. And
Good.
so I also think he's one. Whether you hate him or love him, he's a once in 100 year.
But why would you hate him or love him? He just has a job to do.
Well,
right?
I also love what he did as country.
Okay.
As president for the country. So.
Would you
but-
say though that you're probably more of a fiscal conservative?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I probably his borrowing was one of the two. So 3 things, if you want to just be full disclosure, that I think President Trump could have done better, and I think he will do better. Fiscal deficit spending. Okay.
Why do you think he will do better?
Let me get to all 3. Okay.
Okay.
COVID and certain personnel choices. Okay.
Okay.
Those are the 3 things, and and I could list 100 accomplishments. Those are 3 things I think that the first administration, that wasn't their best.
Yeah.
Why it could have been better? I think that he's got the world against him, and if he becomes president again, which the 50-50 shot he will, he's going to set the world on fire.
I would say he's a little bit too egotistical and emotional to really counter the world being against him. He seems to react a little too emotionally to these kinds of things.
I don't want to get too deep into it, but you're not gonna convince me on negative Trump stuff. So
Okay, interesting. So your mind isn't necessarily that open. Isn't this changed my mind?
You could try.
Okay.
I mean, you're not gonna.
But didn't you just say kind of up front that you're not really gonna
I'm
change your
open-minded to hear.
opinion?
I'm just saying you're not gonna change my mind on that
Okay.
kind of stuff.
Okay. So then, what is it that's leading you to think that Trump is going to have better decision making in this next term, specifically when it comes to borrowing? Because he is going to.
I mean, I don't know, and honestly,
Okay.
there's little evidence except the fact that
Just a little intuition.
We're going to have a debt crisis, the likes of which the country's never seen, and he's going to have to address it. We need to have severe cuts in the federal budget.
Okay. So would you say that the downgrading of America's credit rating is more related to our national debt or the inability to handle it in a mature way?
More both, but more just the debt itself is.
Okay.
I mean, we now owe more than we're worth as a country. So I want to get to other questions because you had some time. But final question, I want to be respectful. But
so I guess if you think that that's an issue that we have more debt than say our current income?
Well, we do.
Well, yeah, but if you would
just
say
the value of the country.
Of course, we control our own currency, and our currency is
are you a
the
modern
number one
monetary theory
reserve
guy? So
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
It's the number one reserve, so that gives us a lot of wiggle room.
It's decreasing. It used to be 75% of the world's reserve currency status 20 years ago. Now it's 55%.
I would say
Do you know
a lot-
about BRICS? You know BRICS, right? BRICS.
Yeah, I do.
BRICS is creating an alternative.
I think they're
dollar.
paper tiger.
Okay. I actually hope you're right.
I don't believe that
you're
India,
right.
China, South Africa, and Russia could ever work together to create their own
I hope you're right.
unified currency.
I just hope we're not too prideful.
Definitely a paper tiger.
I've seen you talk a lot about objective morality, and my big question is, it feels like you can make good statements and bad statements without referencing some kind of moral book. So I can say something is good, right? I had a good day today. and it doesn't really feel like I need to reference religion for that. So can you explain to me why you think we need to have some kind of absolute standard for like morality?
Excellent question. It's really good. If you say you have a good day, are you describing the experience you had, or was it morally a good day?
So yeah, it would be a good day. So I can like narrow it down more, I guess. Or I can ask, I guess, like a better question. So if I don't have religion, right? Let's say I am an atheist or something, and I were to go up to, I find like 2 books. One's the Quran, and then one is the Bible. And I read both of them, and then I have a feeling of preference towards one or the other. That makes me feel like morality probably isn't objective, because I read 2 moral codes, I didn't have one before, and then I derived one after reading it.
But one is true.
Well, yeah, obviously if you go in with the presupposition that one is true, but
So
clearly,
let's play this out. If not, sorry to interrupt. If I'm on an island, and let's just demystify part of this, and there's the Bible, and then there's Lord of the Rings, and I end up believing in one of those, which is true?
Well, what's true is just what corresponds with reality. We're talking about...
I agree. So which one has evidence, and when applied in the natural world, actually shows a flourishing people in society and a way to live? Because you would agree, at least out of 8 out of 10 of the 10 Commandments, they're pretty good rules for life,
No,
right?
yeah, 100%.
Of course, yes.
No, but the thing that I'm talking about doesn't have to do with whether or not Christianity is good or bad, or whether I agree with most of... Yeah, it's just regarding like, yeah, one can be true, but even if one is true, it doesn't really feel like I'm influenced in terms of what I feel is good or bad, because obviously, there are people who are Muslim who have read, the Bible and still are more persuaded by Islam.
No, of course. I mean, you could be persuaded by anything, right? That doesn't... I believe that there is a transcendent way of living. I call that the Bible, right? And I believe it's the perfect catalog from creation to the end of the world. You don't have to agree with that. I'm talking strictly from a moral sense. So let's just ask a separate question, which is, do you think people are naturally, outside of, religious teaching, good or not so good? The nature of humanity.
The nature... I wouldn't be comfortable making a statement about it.
Fair enough, and I appreciate that. So we believe, as Christians or those in the space, human beings are pretty awful, okay? That we're broken, that we're sinful, that we fall short of the glory of God, and that we need to teach people how to be good. A common left-wing belief is that human beings are actually awesome, and they're terrific, and the reason why things are not so good is because of capitalism or the patriarchy or feminism or whatever. So you're asking a question of, why do we need objective morality? Well, or what specifically?
Yeah, so not necessarily why we need objective morality, but you seem to be, because obviously I don't believe that it's a thing, but you seem to make the claim that
do you believe that absolutely?
No.
Okay, good.
But
you're consistent.
Yeah, the big thing is for me, even if I have a God, there is no thing telling me, like, it's just like the is-ought problem, right? That's like my big contention, right? How am I ever going to derive a claim about what I should do from only statements about the nature of being?
Got it. So you would believe murder's wrong?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
Because in its definition, it says it's wrong, right? It's wrong killing of somebody. Or at least that's my understanding of it.
Okay, so for example, you go to an African village, happens all the time. They leave a full-born baby by the fire. They don't want it. They discard it. Happens tons of times. Any missionary will tell you that. They just discard babies. Why? They don't believe it's wrong. It's just in their code and custom. No one feels bad about it. Just discard kids you don't want. Are they wrong?
For me, yeah, they're wrong. Yeah. It's a bullet I do have to bite from my worldview.
Hold on. Are they objectively wrong? Is it objective?
No. Because I don't believe in objective morality. So that can apply to any statement.
It's not objectively wrong to leave a full-born baby by the fire and just say, you're on your own, have a nice life.
Well, yeah, I'm calling into question objective morality, so I obviously have to bite
I know.
that
I'm just trying to make you hear back how insane what you are saying.
Well, you're making a claim about the objectivity of it.
No,
you're
I know.
Making a claim about whether it's wrong.
Obviously,
I think it's wrong.
Let's get more graphic. So you put 1,000 Jews in a gas chamber, and the Nazis thought what they were doing was good, and they pressed the button. Were they right or were they wrong in gassing millions of Jews?
Objectively, you can't, like, when you say, is it objectively wrong? Hold on, wait. If you say it's objectively wrong, you're implying that you can derive a truth value from it, and I don't think you can. So I don't think that you can make a true statement regarding whether something's good or bad.
Got it. So just to be clear, the Nazis could have been right in their actions, in your view.
That implies that right is an actual thing. I don't believe you can determine a truth value from a moral claim.
So the Nazis were not objectively evil.
Yeah, I've said that like 4 times. Like, yeah, you can't derive objective moral statements from like things. I'm not saying they're not wrong. Like, they are wrong. Oh.
Well, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure this is important because what you are saying, and you're saying it very clearly, is that we look at the Holocaust and it's just a matter of opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem of being an atheist. You have to bite the bullet.
I respect your intellectual clarity, and I will say...
And obviously, for clarity,
no.
I obviously think the Holocaust is wrong. So if anyone's questioning about that,
it's just your opinion. I believe that it's objectively wrong, no matter who you are or where you come from, because it transcends opinion. Do you think, last question, I appreciate your clarity on this, do you see how your view could result in a lot of dead people?
Well, I don't think my view is really I'm not making a claim that we should behave in a way.
No, you're making claims.
Well, I am making claims, yeah, but I'm not making a claim that, like, we should behave in a certain way or, like, that we ought to, like, you know, not have Christianity or some kind of
No, I'm not saying
code.
that, but let me play this out, and I think you'll understand.
No, I understand, because you're going to say, well, there's all these bad things that could happen if people follow
or that did happen. No, I'm not following you. If your view becomes a view of a country,
How are you?
and, for example, putting 1,000 Jews in a gas chamber is not deemed as objectively wrong, transcendent above anyone's opinion, then all of a sudden, what would prevent that evil thing from occurring and nobody questioning it?
Sure. So my main idea, I guess, with the worldview is I'm not making a claim again about how things should be. I'm making a claim that this is how things are. So within my worldview, this is all fine. You can have people agreeing that things are wrong. Generally, I think most people's moral intuitions will lead them to thinking that things like murder is wrong and stealing is wrong because it makes you feel bad, right?
No, well,
if I see somebody get hurt, that makes me feel bad. If you see somebody die, that makes you
totally.
feel bad.
Yeah, the SS guards didn't feel bad when they killed Jews, and that's okay. But do you see where this might unravel into mass murder and societal chaos?
Yeah, that happens in the real world. I'm making a description about the way people derive their morals. I'm not saying how we should or shouldn't. I'm saying this is how you derive your morals. If you have 2 books there, the trueness or correspondence with reality has anything to do with your preference towards one moral system or another.
Hold on. Or maybe the true one says, don't gas the Jews.
That would be,
don't murder,
that would be
because
obviously,
God will judge you harshly.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe just hear me out. Maybe the true one says that life is good and that there is a creator who loves you.
But
maybe,
now what you're doing is you're just making claims about what you think, like, yeah, obviously it would be awesome if I had a moral code that everyone had to follow that agreed with
I know,
things
if
that
only
I
a
said.
book existed.
Yeah, I know, if only. But my
if
entire
only
point
there
is
was
that
this
all the
amazing
things
book.
Yeah, but my point is that
No,
all
you're
the things
being super clear. I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah.
No, and you're the first person ever, to your credit, to answer the atheist Nazi question clearly, which is that an atheist cannot objectively say the Holocaust is wrong.
I'm arguing against objective, like the idea that.
No, you're being. Usually there's some withering there. You went right into there.
Well, yeah, I can't go in here and like not bite the bullets of like what my argument implies. Like.
We have clarity but not agreement. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Do you view democracy as an American value, something that's very important to the fabric of this country?
No. Where is democracy in the U.S. Constitution?
Oh, okay. So are you?
No, hold on. Where is the word democracy?
I don't think the word democracy is
it's
in
not.
the Constitution.
So where is the
but-
word democracy in any of the founding fathers?
A lot of the founding fathers had extremely elitist viewpoints around who should.
Hold on. I just want to. You said the word democracy, so I want to get back to our roots.
Yes.
Where is democracy mentioned?
I don't.
In the Federalist Papers, the Constitution, or the Declaration?
I think it's good that this country has moved away from things that were explicitly believed by the founding
in the Federalist
fathers.
Papers, and it's mentioned negatively as a problem. So you asked me, is democracy a fundamental American value? I say no, because I go back to our roots. And Hamilton, Madison, and Jay.
Oh, I know that Hamilton was anti-democracy.
No,
like
well, hold on,
these
let me
people
finish.
thought that people should be
But
owned as
I want to be
property.
clear. I am pro-representative government, but I'm not pro-democracy. That's a big difference, and that distinction's important. But you asked very specifically about democracy, which is not an American value. It never has been and never should be, because what is democracy? Democracy is majority rule no matter what. That there's no provisions of checks and balances, no inalienable rights, no separation of powers, pure if the majority gets it, the majority wants it as quickly as possible.
I don't advocate pure democracy. I do understand that we live in a representative, like we live in a republic,
So
and I
believe in
understand these things.
representative government.
Okay.
And you might say I'm splitting hairs on words, but I'm not.
Well, so that's coming from a place where, on some level, we have a level of democracy in this country, and people vote, and it's part of their civic duty to vote.
Sure.
Yes. Do you not think it is in the greater interest of this country at large that its citizens are as educated as possible to therefore be able to participate in that
I think
system?
they should be as wise as possible, and I don't think that education and wisdom are the same thing.
Yeah,
in
I
fact,
understand.
I think college disincentivizes the cultivation of wisdom.
In the age where like there is such a hypersaturation of, and we've seen this, like extremely polarizing different, like people are getting their news from wildly different sources.
Yes.
People just don't interact with the other side at all. Do you think that being an autodidact in any sense of the term is going to give you a thorough and rigorous education if you are like so likely to end up sucked into these holes where you're never interacting
That's not my
with
only
people who
form
have...
of learning. I meet a lot of cool people. I learn from people like you and others. I mean, I'm listening when you're talking. It's not just a shtick. You haven't won me over on any of it, but you have an opportunity to. But I'm glad you attempted to. But yeah, I mean, you learn in other ways other than just sitting in a classroom, listening to a professor drone on for 90 minutes and pretending to read his book and paying $20,000 a semester to cheat on the exam at the end of the semester.
I think college is what you make of it. I think
I agree. So
people are selling themselves short on their education if they don't.
You can listen to
get
as many
anything out of their
podcasts as you
classes.
want. You can meet interesting people, and
Academia does have like an actual level of like. You have to prove that you're worth your salt, at least to have peer-reviewed papers published,
No, I mean, yeah,
which
if
you
you
don't
get a
have to do to start a podcast.
If you get a PhD, yes, but hold on. So is your contention that I'm not informed or not worldly or not wise? I want to be clear.
I'm not making any claims about your specific level of being informed. I'm saying the general, like, rhetoric on the right against education, against higher education specifically.
Why do you think it is? Is it because you think we hate smart people, or is it that there's something happening here that we really think is troubling?
I think it's much easier to control people who are less educated.
See, now you're a conspiracy theorist. So, no, it's...
Anti-intellectualism is a hallmark of fascism.
Do you think we're against higher education because it largely has created an ungrateful, unprepared generation that goes into the American body politic and does not share the core American values of freedom of speech, gratitude for our founding, consent of the governed? In fact, it's hyper-radical. And it's against our traditions, our norms, and our customs, and it's created massive fissures. We call that the woke mind virus, if you will.
Okay, that makes...
It's not because people are easier to control. In fact, we love learning. I learn every day. In fact, that's why I'm pro Hillsdale College, where it's probably one of the hardest colleges in the country to get into and graduate from. The problem is that when you are learning largely trash and crap, and you're not going in the pursuit of truth, beauty, or goodness, and you're not trying to inculcate wisdom or good character,
There's no oversight on online political punditry to make sure that you're in pursuit of wisdom and goodness.
No,
like
of course
you
there's not.
directly profit from propagating viewpoints that are more polarizing and that suck people deeper into more conspiratorial
hold on.
thinking.
What you're doing is you're actually insulting the audience, not me. Because the vast majority of this audience actually enjoys watching my videos, and they enjoy hearing from me.
I never said your audience didn't enjoy watching your videos.
Because you say I'm profiting. The way
you do profit, like you financially, you make a ton of money from getting more clicks.
The audience rewards me because they find that I bring some value.
Well, I don't
and that they
necessarily
learn
think
something from
that
me.
whatever gets
I
the
want to get
most
to the next
eyes
question.
on a specific...
But it's easy to attack me as exploitation. What I say is actually very popular and resonates with people. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I've seen the socialism side. So.
Yeah, but I don't like your ideology. I don't know about you. You seem like a nice enough person.
Yeah.
Your ideas are practically evil, but that's...
Oh, well, same for you.
Okay, tell me why. Do you think men can give birth?
I think that...
yes or no question. Feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot...
Your baby can
it hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her. Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her DNA, so it's not her choice. So it's
It actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
Half her DNA. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of all, I would like to refine our terms. I have 2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being. I think that's a very poor way to define murder because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, you know, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, you take Plan B. Again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that. We have an IUD.
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table. Okay. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk about
I know.
that.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait. Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant, and she knows that if she gives birth, she's gonna die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that case?
Cesarean section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They do an insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. One second.
They go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby. And after she doesn't have to give birth, it's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deeden.
Nice to meet you.
I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have, primarily with your stance of being pro-life, if there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think, a lot of people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
4,000.
it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6. Sorry. Hello.
I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why once after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say, well, if you
40?
you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating you, I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a woman's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education in the last 30 years.
Our sex education is so bad in America.
Well, by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that, let me ask just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these
Does that
other
logic
things.
apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does, because those are results of different
Okay,
societal
so-
issues
so-
that you should be
Got it.
educating
So we
yourself
should
on,
make-
rather than making it
so we
illegal
should
up
make-
front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from
No,
those
you got to
things.
answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much. Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, like, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles?
Like, if you could go back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go to prison.
But it's not currently illegal.
Okay, regardless.
Pedophilia
At
is
that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible.
Hold on a second. So, where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are enlisted in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is
let's
the
go back
age of
to
consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to, generally agreed upon, it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
But you, because you don't go based on what's generally agreed, you go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in the family that's brain dead?
You got to answer the question. When do
Still haven't answered mine.
brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree,
dead
yeah.
individual there are brainwaves as well. So the
Got it.
brainwaves necessary to produce a
What-
subjective experience
so
are
don't-
met until around
Can you see
18
it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can
womb.
you see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks, those brain waves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue.
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain death is. I
Hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
No, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually what I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the future. The same way that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, it'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But let's see the process of development, right? Why
do you want to answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the right?
Should those child P3os go to prison?
The process of
should the pedophiles go to prison?
From 1904. How many pedophiles are alive from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past, hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive. Back
okay, so then you don't apply it based upon what people are deceived to believe. You apply it based upon what you consider to be moral. So women who had abortions, you think they should go to prison. So why should women who get abortions go to prison, but someone like my mom who told me that Santa Claus exists shouldn't go to prison because they're both sent?
This is not going to be a constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well, I was finishing my statement. You were talking over me. But go for it.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes.
Because I think
all abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily better unless it is the case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health, medically speaking.
Are you against late-term abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a more reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's. 15 weeks?
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like, they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand their positions on it.
So
but I think people
you are where most
You're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do think
hold on
that a
one
couple
second.
cases it
Hold on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs, that is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there
But people say it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes. The baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's two ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was
person here was
hopefully
which person
conceived
here?
by a
Which
somewhat
person here
loving
was
couple.
conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights
But
and it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So
It's about your daughter who has to give
no.
birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a
rest
second.
of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going to
Every
ruin
freedom.
her life. She's going
You
to
know what?
grow up and she's going to be
Abortion is not a
attached to another
victimless
thing.
crime. The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant to what human rights you get.
But
hold on one second. If a person conceived in walks down the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to the daughter is to then say, "Hey, we're gonna go murder the being inside of you."
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something
wouldn't.
evil happened and we do something good in the face of
No.
evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're gonna pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being and the cells.
No,
it's not about. No. I'm
I know,
speaking. I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
pumped
No,
to
I'm
cells.
speaking.
We're-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
pumped
No,
to
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
wanna say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
I
the
know you
person.
don't care about that.
No. I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't
the
care. No,
cells.
listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is
Wow.
formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in utero,
can't get pregnant.
actually they have, and they have given birth. There is
5-year-olds have given pregnant.
There
I
is
stand corrected.
there is one recorded case of a 5-year-old girl who gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, not it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and if they get pregnant, I think they should be able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many? I'm curious.
I hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty, and so her belief system, just so we're clear, is that. Yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you doing?
Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful. Okay. That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character, and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to society?
It depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would agree, yeah. Why would studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right now?
A lot of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth, they say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give birth.
Assigned male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding
of gender?
I
don't think gender... We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I think that there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, here, can I ask my question again real quick?
Well, I'm going to get back to my core contention. A scam. So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from that.
Tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about...
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies question.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what, yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that, but I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college and just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course, doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm forced.
Okay,
You know what?
Hold on. So that they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes.
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
Depends.
Okay. Are you
on
going?
what college you go to
Are you
and-
going into debt?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone else
picked a
is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that was
No,
just
I'm sorry,
a school
that's
that
fine.
wanted to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
We're talking
it is. No, we're
about
talking about the scam element, right? So you said
Right.
that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for,
Right.
would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
Well, but I'm not going to use
Jefferson,
that in
Madison.
my career. That's
Well,
what we're
you
talking
use it
about in the career
in your
path
life.
for
Well,
college.
let's
It's
go
the
back to
career
what I
path.
said, right? We said traditional college, right?
Okay.
Four-year college. And what a scam is, we're a majority of the
Right.
people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention,
Okay.
which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are
Well,
going to
not
be.
everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed.
But
People
it's
still
not-
buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet and they get
Okay,
scammed.
that's their own
People
like,
still,
personal choice,
people,
though.
Of course, people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, you kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not
But
being well served.
you want to
And
shut down a bunch of majors
I'm
in
not shutting- I've
colleges
never
that you
said that.
think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to
There's-
fix the scam
there
of
is no-
college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam.
So then what's the point of that statement?
To get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix
That's
in
not,
college
no,
that's going to help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me,
Well,
I'm
but a
using a
majority-
degree that's going to help me help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay, so and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So psychology and criminal justice. Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just, like, makes more sense to go and have all these experience. I'm getting, like, wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So the
that's
only
helping
people that
me
get
go through it.
internships
No,
go to
it's
college?
just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree. Do
Okay,
you
then
think-
the people
let me
who
ask you a
want those
question.
jobs can go get those jobs.
Do you
I'm not
think
one of
we
those
push
people.
too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%. If I ask the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate.
Yeah.
Right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and
Well,
to
because
push
you-
yourself to
they-
get a better
they might-
education and
well,
go further
leaving
in
with
your life?
debt's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like
Of course
an
some people are.
opportunity
But
thing.
when
it's
an
like a-
institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see more people able to own homes.
Okay.
Kids wouldn't. I'm telling you, this is so ableist what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Housing.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they
Well,
signing them up
Hold
themselves?
on, forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging. And
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in a upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So there's a societal cultural
I didn't grow up in an upper middle class. So.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Well, we're
it's-
all over the age of 18, right? To be
Right,
in-
but
when you're in college, so you're
let's-
sending yourself.
Right.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a
honest.
different
I mean, that's a silly argument. Yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out on an extra night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in, you have to make connections, and some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever, but you have to actually put the work in, and if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And
But then if that's the case, then
86% of
if-
people
if-
with a
if
degree
that is
get
true-
paid more than people with
Well,
just a
hold
high
on.
school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college
Right.
degree. Entrance salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more
No, I've already
than
told you-
people with a
I've
high school
already
diploma.
told you.
No, 86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up, is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... It's okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Start with your core classes. And it's like high school.
Okay, nice to meet you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering. Was it?
Let me clarify.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
as far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
Yes, I do,
doctor. Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid
Oh,
of
no,
gender
no, no.
studies, get rid of... So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam. Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender
Of
norms?
course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in high
Marbury-
school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not
Well, I
trying to be a
thought you said
lawyer.
you learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like,
what was
it's
Brown,
public high
What was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools.
Good.
Yeah, which Project 2025 wants to like defund the
Right.
Department of
So who
Education.
wrote the
So like
who wrote the Constitution?
founding fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know.
Close,
Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school's not learning it. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking very basic civic questions, and
Mhm.
you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer them.
That's so fair, but I think
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question. Is church a scam?
No, because church is honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the true and the beautiful. Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of
Well, hold on.
everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory
Well,
logically speaking.
Do you want to get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk
Absolutely.
about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm
an
happy to
imperfect
have
creation?
this discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole. Tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Well, I do think college can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a scam for everyone.
We agree.
Though.
So
for people like me, college was very beneficial to me.
For sure. But who is it a scam?
I'm asking you, based upon your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them goodness.
But if Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
But we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also people are not paying to go to church, are they?
But it's a reductio ad absurdum. Do you know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am I right? I didn't go to college, I knew that.
I'm taking your particular position.
Let me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't. Some people don't. They're forced to pay based upon their particular denomination.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do because they have to give up 10% of their income to be able to do that, which people can't afford.
Which circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah, they don't require it. And what you're
talking
about
in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well, you haven't answered any of my questions yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam, and college is people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge that they retain from it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. So I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed?
I don't think anyone knows that. Because it's dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Well, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So 41%.
Wait, that's not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for, or that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them use the information later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting me?
Well, you've interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were misled.
You decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled. Some people are stigmatized into these things.
Do you think that
some people are misled in the church? And you never answered my question on that because you're trying to take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question about Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
I think it's false. Or because I was saying, is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea that you're deceived into believing that there's everlasting life,
but you
specifically from
believe
Christianity.
Again,
so Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the
What's the argument?
You're going to let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator, I'm sorry, what?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love
their creation. They want to get to know them? He's all-knowing.
Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that his creation, which rebelled against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how they could desire something imperfect.
Well, God can do anything.
We'll talk about that later.
God can do anything, so.
Even something logically contradictory.
No, it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect.
Can an unstoppable object hit a unmovable force?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception, so they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their media mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Yeah, my next claim is that trans women are not women. Okay. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No,
how...
it's not. A table is an object.
Well,
a table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have
but
choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but right now I'm a man, right? So if that happened right now, I'd be a woman.
So
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
got it. No,
they're a woman.
That's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what...
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they are. I can ask them if I want to know.
But there needs to be, you need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who...
Okay,
sorry, we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere.
No, it's important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No, you said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply...
What would you consider a definition
An
then?
adult female with XX
No.
chromosomes.
I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Hello.
Hi.
Juliana?
Juliana,
I remember,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born, I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. Intersex?
Yes.
So XXY or YYX?
Or just, or like
sure.
X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially, right?
Yes. So,
but they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
Yeah, but that also I don't think necessarily works, right? Because if it's X,
one
just
is more
X, and
dominant
there's
than the other. So you're either more male or more female, right? So you might have both a penis and a vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
Okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am. I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not just their sex organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
Totally fair.
I
See,
would.
No, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
I think it's, well, that's the thing too, and I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for sure. But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she lives
women are
life.
better people?
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
No, but what makes a woman a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm going to let somebody else go.
That's all good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with a female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking for XY chromosomes in a
Okay, but does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
he's
topic
a father and he's he/him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait, so a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man and he still uses preferred pronouns?
It's actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the
But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top of it.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language is structured, again, it is so God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
Then why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to. I'm happy
Some
to get into
fathers
that,
aren't men and boys.
So I'm.
So some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my
right?
questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No,
okay?
it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it,
because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. You still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
but
man.
You don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation, there's no penis. There's no XY chromosomes. There's no small
hold on
gametes.
a second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to what we're talking
does he
about?
actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you.
Well,
what biology does your God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't think the scriptures.
So you don't know what a man is? You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is what is a woman? 20 million views. You don't know what a man is under your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a man?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just making
a
sure.
man that's defeating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question though. So, do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms.
To be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But by some standard, you're judging.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think? But Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate?
Define
with
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word means.
It's going to be the expression.
So
of
melanin
a particular
content in one's skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait. So she doesn't have the melanin content.
She's borderline.
No.
Heavily.
Okay. So then she's not black.
Okay. So you're able to say who is black and not black?
That's how we define it in society. No.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
No, now
you might think it's created by God, but even then it's still subjective.
Got it. But now we're getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective. But you think it's subjective too because it comes from God.
That's interesting.
Wait, does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's transcendent.
That's subjective. That's subjective. Yes, it is.
No.
If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what you just told me is also compatible with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand meta-ethics.
Well, hold on a second.
What does subjective morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality means that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God is a stance, and that's the truth of morality.
So, if let's believe. Do you believe in if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a Ten Commandments and we should live by that, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective.
Okay, then what?
Again, independent of a stance.
What is
agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality then? Sorry. Thanks. We'll be back at it next time. Mason, how are you? Nice to meet you. Okay.
So I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Walsh thing. Like your thing is the worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him
like,
royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender is. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for person.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact same thing, would you say sex is binary by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're already incorrect. Like sex is not binary, it's bimodal. So if you look at a distribution graph, we're going to see people in two camps the majority of the time, but there are going to be externalities on both ends of the spectrum. And
for example,
so we already talked about intersex.
However, with intersex though, they are mutations of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but
we're talking about an entire spectrum.
Which sex
you're
organ
by
is
definition
dominant,
defeating your expression of what a binary is by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question. That like XXY.
Charlie,
for example,
you're trying to create this own box and then use any examples that are outside of that box
you brought up
to justify that box again.
You brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have more female characteristics and male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YYX. One of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
Okay.
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can if you'd like.
Okay. So besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution graph. Are you aware what bimodal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding. Yeah.
Okay, well, so you can be presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you. But it's actually a bimodal distribution.
Just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just trying to match your energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a conversation.
Got it. So trans women are not women. Do you agree with that?
I would say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category of women, people that exist under the category of men are still humans.
Got it. So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit it to things like genitals or things like chromosomes, which it seems like you want to do. What type of genitals would you say I have since you're so obsessed with genitals?
I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now and I could see exactly what you are because every single one of your trillions of cells are either coded with XX or XY, no matter how much surgery or whatever. I think that you are man, but you could fool me. You could take hormones. You could play camouflage. Like, I could fool you to be Hispanic if I had the right Hollywood makeup director. That doesn't mean that you are the thing, though.
But you're going from an objective biological perspective, which we've already talked about with sex. I'm talking about a social construct or a social utility.
Yeah, so
like if we were at a restaurant, right? I'm sitting down at
you're a man.
And I'm sitting down at the table, and you're telling the waiter, hey, I want to go sit with blank. What would you use?
With
He
you?
doesn't know my name. Yeah.
Well,
so I'm sitting over there.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
That guy. You're going to typically use he or him, or you're going to say that guy, like you just said.
Correct.
Because you're ascribing the male gender to me based on my performative characteristics.
I say I could be an error. Maybe you are a biological woman.
And then you correct yourself, right?
Maybe not.
So that's what that is exactly what we're trying to say.
So the question is that, do you think that womanhood can then be assumed just through costume design?
It's not costume design.
What is it then?
It's performative social characteristics.
So you could act
that's
it.
what gender is.
Okay, great, got it. So you could, it's like a theater troupe.
It's not a theater troupe. These are social.
So womanhood can be appropriated.
No, they're categories. That's what it is.
So there's nothing inherent about the chromosomes. There's nothing that.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, we disagree. So there's nothing inherent about having a period or being able to give birth or the specific hormonal makeup.
In different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to other cultures spanning thousands of years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when it
I
comes
know.
to those
Like,
types
for
of
example, the
categories.
Mayans had plenty of people that were schizophrenic, right? So that means nothing to me, right?
Okay,
so,
we have people that say they're hearing things from God. Would you say that's schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily. It built Western civilization and common law and due process and individual rights.
I just wanted to hear that your
defense of the unborn and the greatest civilization ever. You know, that voice from God happened to build the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That's
okay.
fine.
I think the Mayans would say the same thing. That's the problem with presuppositional
Yeah,
arguments.
let's go down.
Is that you could say anything.
Can we go visit?
I mean, God's telling me right now that you're a
Nation?
fish. Do you think that's real?
Can we go visit the Mayan nation? They didn't last that long.
Yeah, over killing and violence, and you can justify that if you like.
You mean all the
keep
child
going into it.
sacrifice?
And this is the
on the top
condescending
of
tone that
temples?
why I'm trying to match it is because
You mean all the child sacrifice the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incans did on the top of temples? Great civilization.
Do you want to go back in the Old Testament? Let's bring Parker up in here and talk about all the
no.
child marriage, and we can talk about the justification of rape.
Where was child sacrifice ever in the Bible?
When Isaac was almost fucking sacrificed by his dad.
He wasn't though, because at the beginning of Genesis,
so God just said like, nah, just kidding, dog. Don't actually kill your son.
Because at the beginning of Genesis 16 said, I'm going to test
to prove
Abraham.
Obedience.
Yeah, that's right. So now you know it. So actually, there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. It was a prohibition on child sacrifice in the Bible. But anyway, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you understand at least? Can you sympathize with our perspective?
Okay.
That
I'll calm it down a little bit. I apologize for the condescension.
No, it's fine. I mean, but you're doing it's fine. But did you see where this could get wildly out of control? At least on the extreme.
I don't see how it would get out of control, because
even in sports, for example, you think that there's no.
So this is something that we might be able to agree upon, right? Sports were not archaeologically dug up, right? The rules of sports, they are things that we've created as a society. We have decided as a society the most fair categorization is male sports and female sports. Now, as we've been able to understand, or at least bring into the forefront, people who don't identify with the binary, we still have to allow all people that are women in the women's category and all men that are men in the women's category. That includes cis and trans. If you'd like to change that category because you think it's unfair, we can do that. That's what's awesome about arbitrary rules, is we can decide hormones.
I might not know this, but like when the Greeks started the Olympics 2,000 years ago, did they have like a bunch of dudes wrestling with women?
I don't even think they allowed women to compete.
Well,
I might be wrong on that, but
that kind of proves the point, though, that there was a...
Yeah, and what did we do to allow women? We changed the rules.
Right, no, but that, by definition, therefore, there is something from body composition, bone mass, lung density, testosterone, and estrogen rates, or endocrinology is different.
So if you'd say the majority of males in the bimodal distribution graph, we're going back to that, you can say, hey, we want this level of hormones in this particular category, and we can separate it by hormones. I agree with you that a majority of men or majority of cis men are...
You got to be like 99.9%.
I don't know, Ronda Rousey could kick my ass, I will say that.
No, for sure, but I mean, but could she kick Conor McGregor's ass?
Well, now we're talking about the peaks, right?
But no, she's at the peak
of
though.
cisgender.
No, because you're talking about the peaks of two different categories in the same sort of...
Right, because why? She's a cis woman.
Well, she's a cis woman and
correct,
he's...
a cis man.
But yes, and
correct.
He could kick her tail, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay, for sure, right?
Because cis men and cis women have different hormone levels. If you want to change the hormones, we can change the categorization. But you're saying that you want men and women, bar none, and you say that's the most fair category. Then we have to allow all women and all men.
But again, those things don't. So I just want to be clear. So because I think I'm tracking your argument, is that in the University of Pennsylvania swim team, when Thomas swam against biological women, you're perfectly fine with that.
I think as long as we have the categories that way.
Thanks.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. I want to get him in. He's debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
P-R-E-E-T.
I'm sorry.
You're totally good. Yeah. Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a little earlier. You said that Parker has lower T than you. So would you say?
It's all a joke.
Yeah.
I
No.
right.
I'm fully aware it's a joke. But I guess on that point, do you think that T has to do, or testosterone has to do with your manhood?
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, if you are looking at typical testosterone estrogen rates of women, they are far different than those of men. But
right,
for example, your testosterone rate goes down when you have children. For example, when you're a man, that doesn't make you less of a man. They go down by 400 points.
Okay, but when we were talking earlier about sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying that the reason why it's unfair for for example, a trans woman who used to be a man to be competing in women's sports, you cited that they have higher testosterone levels.
One of about 50 characteristics. Also lung density. Their men's hearts are bigger.
Okay.
We have greater bone density, muscle mass.
Okay,
tend to be faster, tend to be stronger.
I understand. But those factors all come from the hormones during the development process, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
I mean, most of them do.
Well, not all of them. So, for example, you could try to pump a young girl's body with testosterone at 8 years old, and you can get them stronger. You cannot necessarily get them on par with a biological male at puberty. You cannot. You could try.
Okay, but
because there's something in the coding of our genetics.
Right. The coding of our genetics, which is often controlled by different I guess parts of our DNA and also the hormones that are produced that affect the effective coding of how
more than endocrinology, but it's a big part. Because, for example, if you just give a kid testosterone, that doesn't even get them close to becoming a male, or estrogen giving them a female.
Okay.
They might get characteristics that are close to that.
Right. Okay.
But it doesn't. For example,
but I mean, there's no perfect image of this is what a female looks like. This is what a male looks like. We all get our periods at different ages. Some of us and also for example, there are many circumstances where womanhood is just not one thing, right? It's a multitude of experiences
For
that
sure.
every single person.
Can you define what womanhood is? That's an interesting question for you.
Well, no, I can't define what womanhood is. And the reason why is because it's something that's an individual experience for every single person, right? Like, my experiences, what I have experienced throughout my life is not going to be the same as another woman who may have grown up in a different
We
environment.
have disagreement, but not clarity. I say that being a woman or womanhood is an objective thing.
Right. But
It's objective outside of one own's opinions or experiences.
So, but are we at the point where we're discussing where this is like not something based on your chromosomes, but something maybe based on a construct?
Well, no, it also can be objectively witnessed in empirical ways, in biological ways, in scientific ways.
Okay. So to clarify, we're still discussing whether womanhood is on chromosomes or not.
If you'd like to discuss that, it's deeper
Like-
than just chromosomes.
Right,
but
right.
yes.
I'm just
I mean,
trying to,
for
like, define exactly
For
where
example,
this
if we
is
look at
based
SPEC scans or brain scans of men and women, 98% of the time, artificial intelligence can tell you which one is the men and which one is the female.
Okay.
So our
But-
different parts of our brains fire. So
Okay,
for
so-
men, for example, our amygdalas are not as high working as women. You know what amygdala is the threat assessment part
So
of your brain.
obviously, like your birth, so there's a difference between the concept of what sex is, which is a biological aspect, and what gender is, which is a social construct,
I
right?
reject gender completely as a different word. It's really
Okay, so
personality.
that's where the debate is.
Yes.
It's the existence of gender.
Gender means personality. I don't doubt that biological men might
How
have
would you
feminine
how would you
type
define
characteristics.
race on that point?
How would I define
How would you define race?
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay, because I think that it's a really important thing to discuss when it comes
here's
to
the thing,
terms of
if
this.
I draw blood, if
Is
there
it ethnic lines?
if you have a blood sample of a black individual and a white individual, I can't tell you which one is which. If I have a blood sample of a man and a woman, I can tell you which one is which, just by running very simple elementary blood tests. So, for example, if there was a Hispanic or a white, there is no difference in
why
the genetic
is it?
coding. There just isn't.
Why
We
is
don't
it
see-
important that someone's okay.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate. A lot of competition, Mason.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you.
Good to
Smart
see you
guy.
again.
Can I define what a DEI candidate is?
I think that you're going to say because she's black and she's a woman, she was appointed because Joe Biden promised that, and it's not a testament to her
Not
success.
only that, but also in her getting the nomination of the Democrat Party, they said repeatedly, we do not want to pass over a black female.
Okay.
So just those two things, but the first one is stronger. You're right. Joe Biden said, I'm going to put on my vice presidency a black female.
Right.
Right. So his
Promise that
criteria
he
was,
kept.
yeah, and that was like Karen Bass and Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So she was not chosen because of her intellect or her accomplishments or because of any of that. It was because she happened to fit a couple boxes. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, the vetting at the time was that Amy Klobuchar would have been a better VP, and
Okay.
Kamala ended up getting it. So it's just a statement of fact that she is there not because of her brilliance or accomplishments, but because of her ethnicity.
So Kamala Harris, first and foremost, there are a lot of criticisms that you can give to her on why she wouldn't be an effective president. It shouldn't be because she's a woman or because she's black. And it seems to be that you're
that's
saying
not
that.
it. No, I just want people to understand and agree she didn't earn this.
She
Because-
absolutely did.
well,
She
no,
has
hold on
she has a
second.
career where she's been not only a DA,
DEI stands for
one of the biggest.
didn't earn it, just so we're clear. But like
It stands for diversity, equity, inclusion. I like the meme though.
I know what it is. But do you at least admit and acknowledge that when Joe Biden was searching for a VP, he cared more about skin color and a female than the smartest, best person?
So the whole conversation
Do you
with
at
this
least agree with that?
affirmative action with DEI, the whole reason why people bring it in is to make this imaginary scenario that there's a super qualified white man who was overpassed by this unqualified, stupid, idiot person
but
of color,
his own
which is
his
such a
own-
terrible
his own team
analogy
said that.
because it's not true.
His own team
it's
said it.
absolutely not true.
But Mason,
that's not what it is.
his
Joe
own
Biden
team-
did not say I'm going to choose an unqualified person
hold
and
on.
just append
His
him because
own
she's black.
team- his own team
He's
said it.
saying that I'm going to have two qualified people. If one comes from a different experience, it might be better to have a
No, that's not
diversity
what he
and
said.
have a better perception.
He said
in forms
he
of
said
government.
at the South Carolina
These are
debate that I will pick a black woman as my vice president. Secondly, Amy Klobuchar came out.
Is this a random black
Can I-
woman
can I
that he
finish?
plucked off the street?
Can I
Or is this a
finish?
qualified DEA,
Can I finish?
general attorney, who's had a decorated career
I'd like to
leading
finish my
government
thoughts.
positions?
But
you keep rambling about things that just aren't relevant to what we're talking
It is
about.
relevant. Amy Klobuchar in vetting came across as the more qualified candidate.
Why?
Because they said Kamala Harris wasn't very smart, wasn't very bright. That's their own vetting documents.
From who?
Joe Biden's own vetting documents
So
showed.
why would he go against that?
Because the base of the Democrat Party demands tribal politics and DEI politics over competency.
That's completely inaccurate.
He stated Jim Clyburn said, I will only endorse you in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you. Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, I'm only going to choose from this criteria. And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart surgery, would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female?
So,
and being president's more important than being a heart surgeon.
Aren't you on record saying that you'd be terrified if there was a black pilot that was flying your
I did say that, but why?
Okay, cool.
What was the full quote?
I personally, I don't know. If you want to expand on that.
So this ties into this. United Airlines said that half of all their new hirees are going to be black or women, and that standards and pursuit of excellence is not going to be taken as seriously as diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there because they're a good pilot, not because they fit some DEI box.
Yeah, I wish we could have a better conversation. Sorry.
Shut up, you Asian cunt.
So let's say that Kamala Harris was the DEI hire as vice president. Do you think she's also a DEI hire as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they decided to go to her almost immediately because she is the VP, but also because she fits some criteria boxes. But let me ask you.
You don't think it's because Joe Biden nominated or
No,
said
for sure, that's part of it. Of course it is. But let me ask you, what's her greatest achievement or accomplishment?
Her greatest achievement or accomplishment? I'd say her greatest achievement or accomplishment is completely destroying the Republican Party within like 2 weeks of being nominated. Like in the polls, she's just absolutely.
Huh? Sorry. How are you? Nice to see you. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
So you believe because Kamala is black and a woman, she was chosen for
It's not
vice
my own
president?
belief. Her own team, Joe Biden said that. He said,
Joe Biden said that?
Yeah, he said, I'm first, because beforehand he said, I'm going to choose a black female for vice president. He didn't say, I'm going to choose the most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished. He said, I'm going to choose a black female. And so by definition, that is DEI.
That is not the definition of DEI. By him saying that he was going to choose a black female, that could insinuate that he already had Kamala in mind for the role. No way does that insinuate that she's DEI.
Well, what is DEI then?
DEI would be...
Choosing somebody based on their race?
No, it's giving people of color the opportunity to be welcomed into spaces in which they typically aren't able to get into.
There's never been a female black vice president.
And why do you think that is?
Well, not why. You just said that's DEI. So by definition, she's DEI.
Okay, so she represents diversity within the government, is what you're saying.
She got elevated because she was a black female. Because
if that were the case, I'd be the president right now.
Do you think Kamala Harris was chosen because of her intelligence?
Her qualifications and her intelligence.
Really? Wow.
If you compare a speech with Kamala,
what's her greatest accomplishment?
Probably being prosecutor within the Northern California area.
You mean letting out violent criminals and turning San Francisco one of the most murderous, dangerous, arson-filled, homeless-filled slums in the country?
Wow.
That's her greatest accomplishment?
See, I actually went to UC Berkeley, so I lived there. I don't know if you did. I went around the area.
Berkeley is a slum.
Berkeley's a slum. Have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland and Berkeley?
Have you lived in Berkeley? I've lived in Oakland as well. You're basing your
You think the Bay Area is like a good area in this country?
I'm from Vegas, so I'm not from the Bay. Born and raised in Vegas and went to UC Berkeley. Just graduated this year. What you're saying, literally in no way, shape, or form makes sense.
So you think her overseeing San Francisco becoming the laughingstock of the country
San
is her greatest
Francisco is not
accomplishment?
the laughingstock of the country. If anything, that's Florida. No offense. But
Wait, hold on. If that's the case, why are millions of people moving to Florida and millions of people leaving California?
Because there are cheaper rates there. People are moving to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has changed as a whole.
It's cheaper because it's a better run state, and we don't give money to
Northern
illegals,
California
and we have
is not
better schools
all.
and lower
Northern
crime.
California is not the entirety of California.
Hold on a second, but
there's Southern California, Northern California.
Why is it that
it's
so
a
many
very big
businesses
state.
are leaving San Francisco if she did such a great job lowering crime?
Do you know businesses go where things are cheapest to operate?
Why are they cheaper? Because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most populated states within the U.S., so obviously
So
costs
is
are going to
Texas
be
and
higher.
California.
Not only that, but land within this state is also very, very, very minimal. So that's...
Hold on, you have tons of land. You're one of the biggest states.
Yes,
in
it
the
is one of the biggest lands, but do you also take into account the population that's here?
Yes,
and due
Florida
to that...
and Texas have a greater combined population than California, and California has more population and more landmass than Florida? Why is it that San Francisco has a declining population and Miami, Tampa, Orlando have an increasing population?
What does this have to do with DEI?
Because she ran San Francisco poorly, and she was chosen as a VP because she was a black woman.
She didn't run San Francisco poorly.
She was the DA of San Francisco.
So she's prosecuted.
And then she became the AG of California, where crime went up, homelessness went up, arson went up, kidnapping went up,
She's not the
murder
police.
went up.
Isn't that the job of the police to get the criminals and for her?
The attorney general of the state is the top cop of the state.
Yes.
And what did she do to lower crime in California?
She convicted those who were guilty.
Why did crime go up?
Because as the population increases and
Then-
this economy gets worse. No,
Why is
as the economy gets worse,
crime rate going
people
down?
are becoming more and more desperate, which leads to passive crime.
Thank you.
Mine will be quick. Mine will be really quick.
Go
Again.
ahead.
Okay, so real quick, you're saying that the only reason she was elected is because she's black? So that trumps her being a district attorney and all the
First of all, this is
accomplishments
not my
she has?
words. I'm just going on Joe Biden's own words.
Okay.
Joe Biden said, I'm going to preset criteria based on black women, and therefore she met that criteria, and that's why she was selected.
No, why? I think what he was trying to say is, she's just black. She was just calling her black. She's not saying I'm doing. He's not saying.
He made a
He's
public
not
promise.
saying I'm doing this because she's black. That's not what she said.
He made a public promise before the selection even began and the process began. I will put a black woman on the ticket.
So you're saying her being district attorney doesn't matter. That's not why.
No,
But
she
yet,
did- no, I'm saying she
Trump
did an awful
being
job.
a failed businessman and making all the weird comments he's made.
Well, hold on a
That
second.
doesn't have any
What I'm getting at, though, is that if she was not a black woman, she never would have been chosen as vice president. Her record was abysmal. She was a terrible attorney general of California. She did poorly. Be quick.
I'm so sorry.
She gets the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I
Yes.
just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate? Okay. I just want to see
No,
if you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black. Tim Walz was only chosen because the Democrat Party is doing so poorly with white men that they tried to find a white man that they could put on the ticket.
But then also,
It's true. Tim
okay.
Walz is the first white DEI candidate in history.
Okay, in the Democratic primaries, Kamala Harris was
it's true.
performing incredibly
He
well.
agrees.
And she wasn't performing well in the primaries just because she was black. She was performing well in the primaries because during her time as a senator, she spoke incredibly eloquently.
Look,
I used to watch her.
Hold on a second. How did she do in the Democrat primaries?
She did like much better than Amy Klobuchar.
Hold on. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out months ahead of the first primary. She was super unpopular, not well liked. Her campaign fizzled out. So she was awful.
popular initially.
Initially, yes, and then the more people learned about her, the more realized she was awful.
Well, it was mostly because like progressives are really upset about her being a DA, which like can be like that's a completely different conversation.
Why aren't progressives
But-
upset about that now?
I mean, they are, but
They are.
But,
That's news to me.
but I mean,
Everyone's talking about how great a
no,
prosecutor she is.
progressives are definitely upset about the like how like the Biden administration has handled like the atrocities in Gaza and how like there are definitely things that Democrats are upset about. However, that's not the point of this conversation. And I would,
That's correct. That is not
yeah,
the point.
that's
Correct.
not the point. What the point is that a lot of
Yeah, I take it.
He's gonna That's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great point, Coach Frillo.
Yeah.
And right here we see when it goes, obviously right before it goes to the decision, but we see Zella Huber just take, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 in a row, and he's still standing.
But if
Does
he would
not
have
go
switched
down.
up his tempo, like
Yeah.
Pearl was saying, instead of like seeing red and going for the kill, if he would have like
Put his-
slowed down,
put his hands
seen the